Wait.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. We are going on the record at 8:58 a.m. on Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021. Please silence your cell phone, computer tones, or any other electronic devices you have near you. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is media unit number one of the video recorded deposition of witness 06232021. My name is Mark Friedman. I'm your certified video legal specialist. Your court reporter today is Rita Persichetti, and we are both from the firm of Veritex Legal Solutions. This deposition is being held via remote video conference. All counsel consent to this remote video arrangement and waive any objections to this manner of reporting. If there are any objections to the court reporter swearing the witness remotely and this remote video arrangement, please state them now. Hearing no objection, would counsel now state on the record their appearances and affiliations, beginning with the noticing attorney.
Good morning. This is June Kim, the law firm of Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton. I'm appearing in my capacity as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General for the state of New York.
Good morning. My name is Hayat Mustafa. I'm also affiliated with the law firm Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton, and I also am a special deputy to the first deputy of the New York Attorney General.
Morning, Edward Kim. Oh, I'm sorry. Edward Kim from law firm of Krieger, Kim, and Lewin for Rich Azzopardi. And I'm joined off camera by my colleague, Alexandra Messiter from the same firm.
Would the court reporter please swear in our witness, and we can proceed.
The attorneys participating in this deposition acknowledge that I am not physically present in the deposition room and that I will be reporting this deposition remotely. They further acknowledge that in lieu of an oath administered in person, the witness will verbally declare his testimony in this matter is under penalty of perjury. The parties and their counsel consent to this arrangement and waive any objections to this manner of reporting. Please indicate your agreement by stating your name and your agreement on the record, counsels.
Edward Kim, no objection.
Same, no objection.
Thank you. Sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your ability? Couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So as we mentioned at the start, I'm appearing on behalf in my capacity as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General. The New York Attorney General's office has appointed the law firms of Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton, and Vladeck, Raskin, and Clark to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law, Section 63(8), into allegations of sexual harassment brought against the Governor, Andrew Cuomo, as well as the surrounding circumstances. And you are here today pursuant to a subpoena that's been issued in connection with that investigation. Do you understand that?
Yep.
And I'll note at the outset that, as you can see, the proceeding is being video recorded. And you are under oath, and that means you must testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court of law, sitting before a judge or a jury. And your testimony is subject to the penalty of perjury. Do you understand that?
I do.
And if you would like to make a brief sworn statement, we will give you an opportunity to do so before the conclusion of the examination, and I'll remind you and your counsel of that opportunity at the end of the testimony today, at the end of my questions. Although this is a civil investigation, the New York Attorney General's office also has criminal enforcement powers, and you have the right to refuse to answer any questions that we ask if answering the question might incriminate you. Do you understand that, right?
Sure.
However, a failure to answer a question that we ask can be used against you in a court of law in a civil, non-criminal proceeding. And so asserting your Fifth Amendment right, although you're entitled to do so, and there can be no negative inferences drawn from it in a criminal proceeding, the fact that you assert a Fifth Amendment right can be used in a non-criminal civil proceeding. You understand that?
Yes.
You're appearing today with your attorney present, and you can consult with the two of them on questions of privilege. If an issue of privilege comes up, you should. We'll give you an opportunity to speak with them. We would ask, however, that if there's a question pending, that you answer that question to the best of your abilities before consulting with your lawyer. You understand that?
Okay. Yes.
We also have, as you can see, a videographer and a court reporter present, and the court reporter will be taking down my questions, our questions, and your answers. And so it will be important in order to have a clean record for you to answer all of the questions verbally. So not a nod or a shake of the head or with uh-huhs or, with a yes or no, in addition to the other words that you use. You understand that?
Okay.
And we should also try not to speak over each other. I'll try to wait for your answers to be complete before asking another question. And if you can wait till my question is over before answering, that will ensure the cleanest record possible. If you don't understand a question, please let me know, and I'll try to rephrase it a different way so that you can understand it. I will be asking questions that about names and dates and other specific information. If you remember the specific information, you are obligated, as you're under oath, to give that answer, even if you don't have a recollection of a specific name or date. You're still obligated to give your general recollection of what I'm asking about, and just make clear that your recollection is of a general nature, as opposed to if you don't remember the specifics. You understand that?
I do.
If you need a break at any point, please tell us, and we, as I said, unless there's a question pending or at an appropriate time, shortly after, we'll take a break. And also we'll try to take a short lunch break so everyone involved can get something to eat. Can you confirm? Can you and your lawyers confirm that you are not yourselves recording this proceeding on your end?
Yeah, we can confirm we're not recording.
And can you also confirm that you will not communicate during the testimony with anyone outside of the group that's sitting there, even at breaks, about the substance of the testimony?
Confirmed? Yes.
Under Executive Law 63.8, the provision under which this investigation is being conducted and this testimony is being taken, the law has strict confidentiality requirements that prohibits you and your counsel from revealing anything that we ask you about during your testimony to anyone. And if anyone asks you to disclose that information, we would ask that you let us know through your lawyers. You understand that?
I do.
And you're also entitled to be free from retaliation for answering our questions and cooperating with our investigation. And if you believe at any point in time that you are being retaliated against for complying with the subpoena or answering our questions, we also ask that you inform us through your lawyers so that we can be made aware of that as well.
Okay.
Are you taking any medication or drugs that might make it difficult for you today to understand any questions?
No,
Have you had any alcohol today?
I have not.
Is there any reason why you would not be able to answer the questions today fully and truthfully?
Not to my knowledge.
Can you please state your name, give us your date of birth and your current home and business addresses for the record?
Sure. My name is Richard Allen Azzopardi. I was born. I currently live at. I currently work at the in the Executive Chamber at the State Capitol. The State Capitol does not have a street, does not have an actual address. The Dunkin' Donuts within the State Capitol is 170 State Street. Closest thing I got.
Okay, good to know. Have you given testimony before?
I have not.
And other than conversations with your attorneys, what have you done to prepare for today's testimony?
I slept well last night. You know, it's a tricky question for you asking me, counselor, because I occasionally have to answer press inquiries about this inquiry.
Yeah, no, in terms of your testimony though, what have you done to prepare for it?
I've consulted with my attorneys more than they probably would like.
Anyone other than your attorneys?
No.
Who else knows that you're testifying today, other than your attorneys?
My wife, my supervisor, so I can take the day off.
And who's your supervisor?
Melissa DeRosa.
Anyone else you told?
No, not to my knowledge.
And
no one else
what-
I've told. No one else I've told. No one else knows to my knowledge.
And did Melissa DeRosa say anything to you about the testimony?
No.
I think we sent over to your counsel a binder, or there's 3 binders in there, but a red weld of documents. I think at this point, if you could open it up, I think we should have sent over 2 sets so that you can take a look and your lawyer can take a look. But
Just give us 1 sec, June.
okay.
We have to cut the box open. Scissors here. Thank you.
So do you have them in front of you?
I do.
Okay. It should be 3 binders. One of them should say binder 1, one of them should say binder 2, and one should say binder 3, I believe.
Why don't you hang on for a second? I'll look on the bridge.
Correct.
Okay, and for all involved, don't be afraid, we won't be going through all of them, but in light of the that we're not present in the same place, we wanted to send over anything that might come up. So, but I will, during the course of the testimony, direct you to particular documents in there, and I'll refer to them as tab X on binder 1 or tab Y on binder 2, so that we can all follow along. Okay.
Okay.
So if you could look at the one that says binder 1 and go to tab 52.
Okay.
And you see that this is the subpoena for testimony that we issued.
Yes.
And you understand that it is this subpoena under which you are testifying today.
Yes.
If you can go to the next tab, 53, and these are two subpoenas that we had served on you requesting documents that you have. Do you recognize those
Okay.
subpoenas?
I recognize receiving them and giving them to my counsel. Yes.
And what did you do to respond to this subpoena and produce documents?
I forwarded it to my counsel. My counsel had then made arrangements to produce these documents.
Okay, and what did you conduct any searches of your own for responsive documents?
I think once the request for documents came to me, I gave them to my counsel. And if you want to, if I'm saying something contrary, please let me know. And I believe through an outside vendor, they arranged for the documents to be produced. I provided any and all passwords I had to produce their documents.
And did you provide your cell phone for them to access?
I did.
And as well as personal emails that you use?
I did.
And are you aware of any documents other than responsive documents that may be contained in the device or email accounts that you provided to your lawyers that might contain responsive documents?
I don't believe so. I believe Chamber Counsel had access to my computer at work. I don't have a work computer. I mean, I don't have a take-home laptop or anything like that. But I provided everything that was asked of me and everything I could think of.
Okay. You can put the binder to the side for the moment. Can you describe, walk through for us your educational background?
I graduated Bayshore High School in 1998. I graduated SUNY New Paltz in 2002.
And after you graduated SUNY New Paltz, what did you do?
I was a reporter for a number of years. I worked at the Register Star in Hudson. I worked at the Berkshire Eagle in Pittsfield, Mass. I worked for the Daily Gazette in Schenectady. And then after that, I switched careers.
And where did you go when you switched careers?
I was made in the state senate. I had a number of jobs for about 5 years ish there. I worked in the central press office. I was a press guy for a state senator. I was a chief of staff for a state senator. I worked for head of comms for a conference. And then I took the job with the governor's office in May 2012.
And what positions have you held in the governor's office?
Well, I think my first title was technically Deputy Albany Press Secretary, and then I became Deputy Albany Comms Director. That had more to do with the restructuring of the office than the change in responsibilities. And after the re-election in 2014, I became Senior Deputy Communications Director. After the election in 2018, I was Senior Advisor to the Governor, which had a slightly wider realm of responsibilities, but less the day-to-day. For the last month, I've retained those responsibilities, and I've been Comms Director for the Governor.
Tell us how you first got hired to work in the governor's office.
They were looking to expand their shop. I think two things happened. They were looking for somebody who lived in Albany, who could work with the press corps in Albany. I had experience working the press corps with Albany. I came recommended from a couple people they talked to, and then I was also in the news in and around that time.
And did you express interest in joining the governor's office, or did they reach out to you?
I interviewed with them during the transition. I interviewed with great guy. He, it was good conversations. At the time, they were stocked up. At the time, there was a hiring freeze, which is a little difficult during a transition. And then about a year and a half later, when the need arose, they gave me a call.
Sorry, who gave you a call?
I think it was Rich Bamberger, the then
Sorry, you
comms
said the
director.
need arose gave you a call. Sorry, I thought
Yeah.
you were saying a name. Okay.
Oh,
So Rich Bamberger reached out to you?
I think it was him. It may have been who was a friend of mine who worked in the chamber in InterGov first, just to see if I was interested still, and then he reached out to me.
And did you did you go through interviews?
They were pretty informal. We met for drinks a couple times.
Okay. Did you meet?
I think they knew enough about me where they thought I'd be a fit.
Did you meet with the governor?
No, I didn't.
Had you met the governor before?
I have not.
And so you did not meet the governor until after you were hired?
Yeah.
Okay. And had you had interactions with the executive chamber in your prior jobs?
Some, yeah, I worked with them during campaigns. I had mutual friends who worked there that I knew. I met some members there socially, so I was a known entity.
Had you had any interactions with the governor before?
I don't briefly, a couple years before.
What interactions had you had with him?
He was hello, goodbye, thank you. He endorsed a senator I was working for at the time.
Who was that?
That'd be Craig Johnson. He served the Senate district in Long Island, 7th district from 2007 to 2010.
Any other interactions you had had with the governor?
None that I can think of.
So can you walk through for us in the different roles that you have had in the executive chamber, what your job responsibilities were and how it changed over time, if it changed?
I mean, in all my roles, I've been the primary contact with the Albany Press Corps, taking in inquiries. That remains to this day, though. There's not a whole lot of hours anymore. When I was senior deputy communications director, my job was to help run the mechanics of the office, make sure the press releases get out, make sure the van gets the truck with the camera gets to Buffalo, and just took care of the logistics. As senior advisor, I helped with some of the politics. I helped with some of the policy. I still maintain my role. And then as comms director, geez, what don't I do? I keep my other role and I run the office.
And by the office, what are you referring to?
The communications office.
And how big is the communications office?
I'd say about 15 to 18 people. I don't have the firm count on my head.
And how is the communications office organized or structured?
Well, on one side you have you have a comms director at the top, right? And then below him, traditionally, is a press secretary, whose responsibility is traditionally to travel with the governor and also help take incoming. I structured my current office a little bit different, but I'm telling you generally how it's gone for the last 10 or 11 years. You got a press secretary. Underneath them is a group of deputy press secretaries. They're generally younger, less experienced. You take the job to get the experience. They're charged with writing press releases, doing transcripts of events, doing press advance at events. So that's one group, and then underneath the senior deputy comms director, who I remember I said is charged of running the day-to-day operation of the office. I have a group of deputy communications directors. They are issue specific. I have one for economic development, one for energy and the environment, one for public safety, one for health, and I'm sure I'm forgetting one or two. But basically they're supposed to be issue experts. They're supposed to interact with the state agencies that implement the policy around these issues, help the agencies with press inquiries, and just basically keep the agencies running to help the senior deputy comms director. That in a nutshell is how it works, is how it runs.
So how many deputy communications directors are there?
I want to say there's 4 to 5.
And that's separate from the press secretary?
Correct.
Do the deputy communications directors report directly to you or to the press secretary?
They report directly to the senior deputy comms director.
Okay. I see. Who's the senior deputy comms director right now?
Right now, it's.
And that's what you were before you were about a month ago?
No, before a month ago, I was senior advisor. I was senior deputy comms director from 2015 to 2019.
I see. And in 2019, someone else took over that role?
Yes, Peter Jamian.
And who's the press secretary?
Right now?
Yeah.
Is the acting press secretary. She's also director of communications for Thruway. She's been over to help us out on a temporary basis to help me while I transitioned. My team's in place, and I believe she's going to start to transition back to her old role, which in itself is more than a full-time job.
And prior to you becoming the communications director, who was the communications director?
It was Peter Jamian, who took over for Danny Lever, who left in, I believe, October.
Danny Lever left in October of 2020?
I may, the last year has been hard. Time and space is harder, but I believe that's right.
Okay. And so Peter Jamian had stepped into that role after she left?
Yep.
Okay. And then when did Peter Jamian leave?
May.
Right. And why did Peter Jamian leave?
Yeah, he didn't state a direct reason to me, but the last year has been very hard. A lot of us have never slept. I think our current circumstances are obviously outside the realm of what a communication director for a politician generally deals with. He didn't give a stated reason, but I did think he needed a break.
What do you mean by current circumstances?
Well, circumstances I'm talking to you about today.
Right. Now, though, as I was asking if it's that, or there's also a lot of other current circumstances like COVID and things like that. So.
Oh, I'm aware, counselor. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing entirely. The last year and a half has been unprecedented. And I'm talking about everything.
And had you had any conversations with Peter Jamian about this investigation and the allegations of sexual harassment?
I mean, vis-a-vis my testimony, his testimony in general. I just want to be specific.
In general.
In general about the investigation, no, we answered a lot of press inquiries together, but I think he kept his own counsel on a lot of things.
How about the allegations that have been made?
About the truthfulness of them, or whether he believes them, or anything like
Yeah.
that. No, to be honest with you, no, we didn't delve too specifically in there. I mean, but you have to understand, counselor, the day to day on this, especially when this first started, it became a lot. It became a lot, and the hours got longer, and so I don't think we had a whole lot of time for reflection.
Do you know if anyone tried to dissuade Peter Damian from leaving?
I did. I did. I didn't want to go. But listen, ultimately, everyone makes their own decisions. So, and he did help me out. He stayed an extra week or two to help with the transition, and I do thank him for that. But that was purely selfish of me.
How about Melissa DeRosa? Did she try to convince him not to leave?
I don't know. I did tell her I was trying to get him to stay a little longer just to help a transition, but
How about the governor?
I don't think so.
And Danny Liver, why did she leave?
She's with us a very long time, and she got a great job at Facebook. She couldn't say no to.
Okay. So during your time in your different roles, it sounds like a big part of it was responding to press inquiries, correct?
That's a good part of the job, yes.
And also issuing public statements on behalf of the chamber?
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to say yes or no.
That's a yes.
And how did you go about responding to press inquiries and issuing public statements? What's the process that's followed or that you followed?
I mean, depends on the circumstance, sir. Do you got anything more specific?
Yeah. So if we've been talking about the current circumstances and dealing with the sexual harassment allegations, when there are articles being written about it or press inquiries about it, how did the press office go about figuring out how to respond to them?
We again, we convene a group, people who know what they're know what they're talking about, people who are mentioned in the article. You try to reconstruct what happened. You try to get other recollections together, and you formulate the best statement that reflects the truth as we know it.
And is that a consistent practice with other subject matters that you're responding to?
I think so. I mean, it depends on the weight and the severity. Are there many issues I can just take care of because I know the answer? Absolutely. Anything that's weighty, of course, you talk it out. You consult with counsel. You talk to people who have knowledge that you think would have knowledge. You do the best you can.
Do you always do that? Talk to the people who have knowledge?
That is our practice. We try our best.
And who are the people that the group that you generally got together in connection with the responses to the sexual harassment allegations?
Well, it was myself. It was Melissa. It was Peter. It was several counsels who work for us. And occasionally, as you know, we talked to some people on the outside that gave us some perspective.
How about the governor?
Of course.
And
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I mean, obviously, if something involves his conduct, you have to ask him at some point.
yeah, and how would you communicate with the governor in connection with these inquiries? How did you communicate with the governor in connection with these inquiries?
Sometimes he was on calls with us. Sometimes it was one-off. Sometimes Melissa, as a top aide, went to him and asked for his perspective. It's a combination of everything.
So you said Melissa DeRosa was part of that group. Was she involved in virtually all of the responses, or were there responses that she was not knowledgeable about or consulted on?
I think, listen, she's the governor's top aide. She's my direct supervisor. I keep her in the loop on everything. She also used to be she should also be communications director. This is her world, and her advice I deeply value.
So is the answer yes? She's generally involved in all of the communications.
The answer is yes, with more context than you probably wanted.
Understood. And how about the governor?
I would say something involving allegations of his personal conduct. I don't think anything went out the door without his knowledge. On other issues, there's some stuff I don't bring to him because I can just handle it.
Right. But on these,
and something important about him.
On issues of sexual harassment allegations against him,
I would think nothing went out without his okay, and I think anybody who thought it would find that odd.
Because he'd read it anyway. Right.
It's about him. You know?
Yeah.
If somebody said something about one of my staff members, I wouldn't put anything out without talking to them too. You know, I mean, it's common sense. I understand why you're asking the questions, but it's you know, that's what it is.
Yeah. And then so Melissa DeRosa, Peter Jamian, Stephanie Benton, was she part of the group that would be consulted?
At some points, yeah, because she's the governor's gatekeeper. And on these issues, like she's allegedly outside for some of them, you know, or close by. Of course, we talked to her.
Sorry, you said she's allegedly outside some of them?
She was you know, there were some allegations where like she was like, oh, she was just outside the door, or oh, she was there and then left. So
Right,
I mean, yeah,
okay. But other than when she's a potential fact witness, was she part of the group that you would consult or did consult on how to respond to press inquiries and sexual harassment allegations?
I mean, if she was on, I mean, she may have been on the emails because we were on, you know, because it's an ongoing conversation. But her role in this was if somebody materially tried to bring her into this, like, what is this? What happened? You know?
Okay. And you said there were several counsel who worked for us that you consulted. Who were those?
Judy Mogul, Beth Garvey, Linda Lacewell, occasionally Steve Cohn.
And why were they consulted?
There's very little I do without consulting counsels. I believe, you know, Judy's our head ethics person. Beth is our counsel. Linda and Steve are longtime members of the administration whose expertise and legal acumen we respect deeply.
So you describe both of them as longtime members of the administration. Is Steve Cohn a member of the administration?
Currently, yes.
Was he at all times you were consulting with him?
During this time period, I think he was actually. He works for ESD.
Mm-hmm. And so when you say you just broadly, they have some role in state government.
Yes.
They're not members of the executive chamber.
No, but they, again, you know, as we relied on some people outside for advice, these are counsels who know us, know the circumstances, know the shorthand. So of course we brought them in to ask them for their advice and expertise in consultation with our counsels in the chamber.
And you said you also consulted with other people outside. Who are those?
Jeff Pollock, Liz Smith, Josh Lasto. I think at some point Bruce Bamberger was in there, but and at some point Josh fell out. And yeah, we did bring Danny in the loop for a little bit too at some point.
Danny Lever.
Yes.
And who's Jeff Pollock?
Jeff Pollock is the governor, is our pollster and campaign consultant. He's been with us for years.
And was he ever a member of the executive chamber?
There's no amount of money you could pay him to do that.
Okay.
No.
How about Liz Smith?
No, she was an outside consultant.
And when you say outside consultant, what do you mean by that?
She previously worked for us. On the campaign in 2018.
I see.
So again, she knows us. She knows the world, and she's one of the. I mean, I don't think anybody could say she's not one of the smartest political minds out there.
Is Jeff Pollock on sort of is there any formal arrangement between the executive chamber and him for the advice he's providing?
I don't believe there is.
How about Liz Smith?
No.
How about Josh Vlasta?
No.
How about Danny Lever?
No. She had a day job.
Yeah. Was there ever any discussion about sharing information with people who are not part of the executive chamber and not retained in any formal capacity? The propriety of that?
I think we felt these are people who've been with us for a long time, who we can trust. I mean, my entire world is based on trust.
But other than that trust, was there any discussion among anyone about that?
Not that I'm aware of.
And so what, and were they consulted, Jeff Pollock, Liz Smith, Josh Vlasta, and Danny Lever on various subjects, or we've been talking about the responses to the sexual harassment allegations, but were they consulted on other subject matters as well?
Previous to all this, I talked to Danny almost every day after she left about her opinion on various things, and we picked Josh's brain too, and Pollock too. Like, these are people. I spend most of my day, counselor, talking on the phone, talking to people. What do you think? What's going on? What's going on out there? Did you see this thing we did? How do you think it's playing? I mean, that's how we do most of that. That's how I do most of my day. And when something like this happens, I think it's natural. It was natural to us that we turn to these people. But
the question was, have you turned to those people regularly in other subject matters as well?
Oh, I mean, I think I think the shorter version of my answer was, yeah, I do it all. I do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I individually value all their opinions, and I solicit it. Sometimes, and most of the time, it's very informal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You said on the sexual harassment issues that Josh Vlasta was consulted for a time. Did there come a time when he was no longer as actively consulted? Yeah, towards the end, you have to ask him why he dropped off. My suspicion is he got a similar document request that everybody else did, and he probably thought he did what he thought was best for it. Probably thought was best. I actually don't know the answer though. That's me supposing. You haven't spoken to him about it? No, I have not. Have you spoken to anyone else about why Josh Vlasta was playing less of an active role? No, I have not. Are you aware whether he was asked specifically to play more of an active role in responding to these allegations of sexual harassment?
Was he asked to?
Yes.
Like in when this happened in March?
Yeah.
I think, we called and asked him to hop on the phone.
Mhm.
But like, as far as any other conversations, I don't know.
You don't know of anyone asking him to be to play a bigger role or play more of a leadership role in coordinating the response?
That's news to me.
Who else was in the outside, the group outside with whom you and others consulted on issues of responding to the sexual harassment allegations?
Well, it's not a state secret, Counselor. Chris was among them, Chris Cuomo.
Mm-hmm. And how did it come about that he was consulted?
He got added. Well, I know he got added to the call one day. I don't know who added him, but
You don't know who added him?
I don't know who added him.
And how often was he on calls?
Not as often as everybody else. I mean, he's also got a day job too. I think say we did 25 calls. I'm just making up a number. Throughout the course of all this, he was on less than a half dozen.
And fair to say there were a large number of calls on dealing with the response to sexual harassment allegations?
There's a large number of press inquiries, sir. Yes.
So you threw out 25. What do you think is an approximate number of calls?
I'll stick to that, even though I fully acknowledge I may be undercounting or vastly overcounting.
And how frequently was the governor on the calls?
Not there. A lot of the calls were in preparation to. We did a lot more calls with the group. The governor was on some of them. And Chris was on some of them. But for the most part, it was us.
And on any of the calls that the governor was on, did he specifically address any of the allegations?
I mean, a lot of the time he listened. He's been militant that he did nothing wrong, and he certainly never touched anybody. What he said privately matches what he said publicly.
Did he at any point address any of the allegations specifically made by Charlotte Bennett?
I had one conversation in the presence of counsel.
And who was that? Who was the counsel?
That would be Judy Mogul and Linda Lacewell.
And when was that?
Shortly after the Time story came out, before he went out there and addressed them publicly.
And is that something that the substance of which you are asserting privilege over? Ed, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's for the chamber to decide, but for now, I think he can't, he will not be able to discuss that.
And was that conversation in person or on the phone?
It was in person.
And who else was there?
Melissa, Liz, Jeff, Peter. I may be forgetting somebody, but I don't think so.
And where was it?
It was on the grounds of the mansion.
And was it one meeting or was it a period of time that you all were together at the mansion?
One meeting.
And what time of day was it?
It was late afternoon.
And in terms of timing, it was, you were saying, shortly after the New York Times article of Charlotte Bennett?
Yep.
And how long did you stay at the mansion when you went that time?
Well, it was a couple hours.
Were others there overnight?
I don't think so.
And was it over a meal, dinner?
I think I can't remember if there was. I mean, I'm sure there was something to snack on. I can't remember if it was a formal meal.
But you didn't stay overnight.
I lived 3 blocks away.
Did you participate in a breakfast meeting?
Yes.
Was the meeting we're talking about the breakfast meeting, or were you there for a meeting the day before and a breakfast meeting?
I was being there the day before the breakfast meeting.
By the way, how many times have you been to the mansion?
A lot.
Oh.
I've been here 9 years, almost incalculable.
And both for events and for meetings?
For events and for meetings, and for meeting for travel.
Any other in any of your conversations that included the governor, did he address Lindsey Boylan's allegations?
I don't know if he did directly with me there, to be completely honest with you. I have no memory of that.
How about any of the other allegations?
No, I mean, occasionally I get a blanket, this is all crazy, but like, aside from what we discussed, I don't think I've discussed anything specifically with him.
Mm-hmm. When you say I did a blanket, this is all crazy, meaning go out publicly and say, none of this is true, basically.
I think it was his internally being like, what happened here? I don't understand I don't understand any of this. More of like a frustration sort of thing. You know what I'm saying?
From him.
This wasn't, yeah, he did not give me direction to go out there and say this is all crazy.
Okay. So what is the process under which, how do you decide whose name a statement is going to go out under?
Depends. Sometimes it's a matter of triage. Sometimes it's to be consistent with statements we've said. Sometimes it's consistent with statements that we've said before. You know, I mean, it's not a firm standard, but happy to answer whatever follow-ups you have.
So there's no practice. I mean, because we obviously, and we'll go through some of the context, but sometimes it will be Beth Garvey, sometimes it will be you, sometimes it will be someone else in the press office, sometimes it will be from the governor.
I see. In the case of Beth Garvey, or before her, Alfonso David, or before her, if there's a statement that has more that addresses legal issues or has more legal weight behind it, and by the way, a statement that the lawyer themselves mostly crafted, aside from some grammar and typos and tightening, that goes out from them. Every other thing else, it's like sometimes a message is better coming from the governor, sometimes a message is better coming from the press shop. I think it's better if you want to talk about specifics, you may gain more pertinent information that's useful for you that way.
Mm-hmm. But does it, and whoever it goes out under, is there a process by which it's checked, the facts are checked to make sure it's correct and accurate and truthful?
Yes.
And what is that process?
Again, we try to find the facts. If there's a document attached, we try to find the documents. If there's circumstances of something happening, we go to the people who are policy. If it's also a policy problem, we go to the people who are policy experts. If it's regarding a specific situation involving people, you try to go to those people.
Mm-hmm. So with respect to the sexual harassment allegations made against the governor, since many of them are allegations about things that happened when people were alone with the governor, were statements issued responding to those verified with the governor before they were issued?
Again, Counselor, writ large, if it's about the governor and about allegations about the governor's actions, it is cleared by him.
And generally speaking, what's the process by which the press and press clippings are conveyed to the governor on a regular basis? Is there a practice, and what is it?
Occasionally, they're sent to him via BlackBerry. Sometimes they're printed out for him, but I'd say 99% of the time they're penned to him.
They're in pins.
Yes.
And how do you go about collecting and sending press clippings in pins?
If it's a press clipping to his pen.
Yeah.
Okay. Story gets circulated to our general press list, and then sometimes it's me, sometimes it's other senior staff, but most of the time it's one of the press secs who are on a rotating press secretary, sorry, who are on a rotating basis. Several times a day, pin them the stories that go.
And so, because the pin is the BlackBerry messaging service, right?
I think the BlackBerry messaging service is a little bit of a different animal. I never used it, but the pin is a
Point to point.
Yeah.
And so the people who send this have to cut and paste the substance of an article to pin it.
Uh-huh.
And what's the frequency with which press clippings were pinned to the governor?
I think you get some in the morning, and then several times during the day it gets sent to him. If it's something of importance, we'll do it when it hits.
And is it basically anything that references him or the work that he's doing, or the
work that he's doing, Washington, anything that's relevant to our work. I mean, and over the last year that got wider. Over the Trump administration, when he was banging against New York every day, that got much wider. I mean, it's an expansive list.
And certainly any press or articles about the sexual harassment allegations made against the governor were being provided to him?
I think so.
What's the reason for it being in pins, if you know?
I'm sorry, what?
What's the reason that this was sent via pin to the governor?
He does not have an email.
How about just links to the articles, or?
Pins don't work like that.
Why? Yeah, and why doesn't he use an email or have an email?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask him. I mean, I've read stories about it before I came on board. Chuck Schumer doesn't use email. He was roughly the same age as the governor. Doesn't use an email. I think it's preference, but you're gonna have to ask him.
And there were no discussions about it?
No.
Because there have been, as you pointed out, reporting about people who have views about the reasons being to not have any record or foilable records. There's no discussions that you or party do of that nature?
Was not. I read those stories too.
Any inquiries that you had to deal with from reporters or otherwise asking about that issue?
Over the years, I'm sure I have. I'm sure I have, and yeah, I don't recall specifically.
What did you say in response?
I don't recall specifically, but I'm sure that if there's a relevant press clipping anywhere in these binders, if you want to point me to it, I could talk to you about it.
While you were with the executive chamber, have you received any training on policies and procedures relating to sexual harassment?
I have.
How often?
Generally once a year.
And how did you, what form did that training take?
It's a printed out PowerPoint that you have to review. If you have any further questions, you contact their HR representative. You attest that you felt, they stress to you, don't just flip through and keep it and be cavalier about it. Actually look at it, actually read it. That is my practice. Tends to pile up towards the end of the year, but I do read through everything and then sign my attestation form.
Mm-hmm. And how do you physically go about signing that attestation form? Did you do it physically or by clicking on the computer?
I believe I did it physically, and then I handed it to my assistant. I don't know what happens after that.
Mm-hmm. And you've done that every year?
I believe I have. I think last year there was an exemption because of COVID on the training. I'd have to check with my HR people, but I fill out every time they tell me to fill something out. I make time for it.
Mm-hmm. And the sexual harassment training, did you always actually take it yourself?
What's the alternative? I'm sorry, counselor.
Well, just if you can answer the question.
I'm sorry. That's against the form. I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. You are aware that one of the allegations that Charlotte Bennett made in in a number of the articles is that she had overheard Stephanie Benton saying that she reviewed the sexual harassment training for the governor, and then he signed it after that. Do you remember that allegation?
I did hear that allegation. I was subsequently told by Stephanie Benton that was not true.
Sorry, my computer made a noise. I didn't catch that answer.
That's a good part. Sorry. I have read that, but I have subsequently heard from Stephanie Benton that is absolutely not true.
That's not true, she said.
True. Yep.
Did you ask the governor?
I had not.
What did Stephanie Benton say specifically, other than it's not true?
He signed it. He took it. He signed it.
Every year?
I asked her about 2019, which is what Charlotte Bennett said. I think the implication is yes. Did I ask that specific question? No, but that's not what we were talking about.
Can you go to the binder again, the binder number 1, and go to tab 54?
This is the manual?
Yeah, do you recognize it?
Yes, I have a copy of it at my desk.
Okay. You have a physical copy of it on your desk?
In my desk, yeah.
Okay. Does everyone, or just to your knowledge, or?
Everyone gets it. I don't know what they do with it.
Yeah.
Mine's in my top right-hand drawer.
It's the handbook for employees, so everyone gets a hard copy as well as accessible online. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay.
That is what I do, and I assume everybody else does. I don't think I'm special here.
Okay. Can you turn to page 16 of this?
Okay.
And towards the bottom, it says sexual harassment includes unwelcome conduct, which is either of a sexual nature or which is directed at an individual because of that individual's sex, when such conduct has the purpose or effect of unreasonably interfering with an individual's work performance or creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment, even if the reporting individual is not the intended target of the sexual harassment. Such conduct is made either explicitly or implicitly, a term or condition of employment, or submission to or rejection of such conduct is used as the basis for employment decisions affecting an individual's employment. Is that statement consistent with your understanding of the sexual harassment policy that applied in the executive chamber?
I believe so. I believe so.
How about the next paragraph? It says hostile environment, sexual harassment includes, but is not limited to, words, signs, jokes, pranks, intimidation, or physical violence, which are of a sexual nature, or which are directed at an individual because of that individual's sex. Is that consistent with your understanding of the policy?
Sure.
Sexual harassment also consists of any unwanted verbal or physical advances, sexually explicit derogatory statements, or sexually discriminatory remarks made by someone which are offensive or objectionable to the recipient, which cause the recipient discomfort or humiliation, or which interfere with the recipient's job performance. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yeah, that's how I read it, yes.
And then if you go to the fifth full paragraph on the last sentence, it says, furthermore, any supervisory or managerial employee who observes or otherwise becomes aware of conduct of a sexually harassing nature must report such conduct so that it can be investigated. Is that consistent with your understanding as well?
Sure.
During your time at the executive chamber, have you observed or been made aware of any conduct that could constitute sexual harassment under these definitions?
No, I have not been. Though if confronted with it, I would go through the process outlined in this book to report it.
Sorry, I maybe it's just me. I'm not hearing it fully.
Sorry, I'm talking to you, and I should really be closer to here for the phone.
Or maybe Ed, can you move the phone over a little bit, or I don't know.
Yeah, is this better?
As close as it can be. All right.
Yeah, maybe Rich, if you want to shift over a little.
Oops.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it is
just
louder when he's looking, like when he's closer to the phone.
You got it right first time. First time. Okay, better?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay. I said I have. Uh-oh. Okay.
The question was during your time.
I know. Sorry, you're blinking on and off.
Sorry.
Okay, we're back.
The question was during your time at the executive chamber, have you observed or been made aware of any conduct that could constitute sexual harassment under the definitions provided here?
I don't believe I have.
Has anyone reported to you, or reported, perhaps too formal a word, has anyone said to you or told you of any conduct that could constitute sexual harassment?
You know what? Something that just occurred to me. Unrelated to all this, yes, I did get a report, and I referred it. A junior staffer of mine talked about conduct involving a coworker outside premises, where he got inappropriate at a bar. She came to me, told me about it. I sent him to Lauren Grasso, our HR representative, to lodge a complaint if she wanted to talk it through. Like, I don't know what happened because of it, but like you asked a very large blanket question that was probably a little bit outside of what you're looking for, but that is the answer. I've gotten one complaint that I made aware of outside the premises. I did refer that to HR.
And who was that who made the complaint? And
I believe she witnessed something involving a friend.
And what did she say she witnessed?
I think she said the guy got too handsy with her friends at the bar. They both worked here. The guy crossed the line to her, and I said, okay, talk to Lauren Grasso, and I arranged for her to go over there immediately.
And
I want to say this was the guy. I couldn't tell you. She went over. I want to say it was late 2019, early 2020.
And who was did she say this guy had was handsy with herself, or she observed the guy handsy with someone else?
Observed handy with a coworker that they both knew.
And who was that?
And I don't know.
And what did Lauren Grasso do about that, to your knowledge?
I don't think it was up to. I don't know. I think I know. Talked to her. I never followed up with how it went. I never followed up with Lauren Grasso. At that point, I didn't think it was appropriate for me to follow up with her because I was sort of the middleman here.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if she or anyone reported it to GOER?
I don't. I think that's the customary. That's what's supposed to do. But that's what you're supposed to do. I don't know in this particular case. Again, this was an employee of mine made a complaint to me as her superior, but it involved two other employees who are not in the press office, who are in other parts of the chamber off premises. I didn't think it was appropriate for me to follow up on that, other than to advise her to go to our human resources department.
Any other incidents that could constitute sexual harassment that you remember becoming aware of or seeing?
I really don't.
Can you turn to page 40 of this?
So page 40 of tab 16, June, or tab 40?
Oh yeah, sorry, page 40 of the same tab, 54.
Oh, of the same tab. 54.
Yeah, sorry, tab 54, page 40.
Okay.
And the bottom part that talks about adverse employment action, or this whole part talks about retaliation, but I'll direct your attention to adverse employment action. Retaliation occurs when an adverse action or actions is taken against the employee by the employer. The action need not be job related or occur in the workplace. Unlawful retaliation can be any action more than trivial that would have the effect of dissuading a reasonable worker from making or supporting a charge of discrimination. Is that consistent with your understanding of the sexual harassment policy?
This is how I read it.
Yeah. And the question was, is that consistent with the understanding that you had about what was required in connection with retaliation?
This was consistent with what I've read. Yes.
And then the next page, 41, at the top says actionable retaliation by an employer can occur after the individual is no longer employed by that employer. This can include giving an unwarranted negative reference for a former employee. You see that?
I do.
Is that also consistent with your understanding of the state policies?
This is how I read it.
Was it consistent with your understanding while you were in the executive chamber about the law relating to retaliation?
This is how I understand it in the training that I took.
We've actually been going about an hour. I know the video needs to be changed. Should we just take like a 5-10 minute break for? I actually have to use a comfort break, but you know. It also matches, I think, the time that we need to switch the videos.
Okay, sure thing.
Can we come back at like 10:15 or 10:20? Give us 8 minutes.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Stand by to go off the record. The time is 10:12 a.m. We're going off the record. This will end media unit number 1.
Recording in progress.
The time is 10:21 a.m. We are back on the record, and this will be the start of meeting unit number 2. Council?
Thanks. Now, when was the first time that you became aware of any allegations of sexual harassment being made against the governor?
When Lindsay Boylan tweeted her tweet.
And is that about December of 2020?
Sure.
And how did you learn about it?
Got a call saying, "Hey, did you see that tweet?" And then my inbox started to flood.
Who called you to see that tweet?
It's probably Melissa, but it was tough competition between her and Jimmy Vielkind from the Wall Street Journal.
And prior to that, Lindsay Boylan's tweet, had you heard anything about sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Have not.
And so what happened next? You got a call from Melissa DeRosa, you see that, and then Jimmy Vielkind from the Wall Street Journal?
Yep. I went to the office, met Melissa, met counsel, and then we started discussions about how to respond, but also we had to wait and see what else she was gonna say, because we had nothing to respond to.
And what did you discuss with Melissa DeRosa?
Well, she came in, and shortly after counsel came in, and then we had discussions amongst ourselves.
And is the substance of those discussions also something you're asserting privilege over?
That's right, Jim.
Okay. At that time, when you're dealing with it that day, did you have any discussions with the governor yourself?
I don't believe I had. I don't believe I did.
And so you went in the office. Which counsel was it that was there?
Linda Lacewell walked in. Beth Garvey came in soon. Judy came in around the same time. Judy Mogul, I can't remember if she was there in person or over the phone, but she was a substantial part of these conversations.
And at that point in time, what did you know about Lindsay Boylan?
I knew she. What did I know about her? I didn't know her very well when she worked here, but I knew she left in 2018 under cloud. I didn't know the exact circumstances, but I know she got confronted about a complaint and she left. I also know she's one of only 2 people who after they left, we changed all the senior staff codes on our phones.
Sorry, you speak a little fast. I didn't catch that.
I also know she's one of only 2 people, 2 ex-senior staff employees who, after they left, we changed all the conference call codes on our call, because there was a lack of trust in that. And then I know that she was very supportive of us publicly after she left, until she decided to run for Congress. Then she started being very critical of the administration. She lashed out at coworkers of mine who disagreed with her online. She threatened some of my coworkers as well, privately, because the governor made an action to fight COVID that she thought adversely affected her political campaign. She threatened retribution, and then prior to her making her claim, she started talking about a hostile workplace here and made demonstrously false characterizations about how she left. And then we decided not to respond to that story. And then she ended up publicly saying other accusations about the administration that I believe to be false. She said stuff about me publicly that I believe to be false. And then she escalated. And then she made her claim about 10 minutes after claiming that the governor lied about owning an eagle feather.
About owning what?
An eagle feather. Apparently he said that in a speech in a context of a outdoor trip with his daughters, and how they left with an eagle feather. Apparently it's against federal wildlife law to actually own an eagle feather, no matter what the circumstances are. That was a story a couple of years ago. And then she said that he actually lied about that story. Then 10 minutes later, she does this. It was all strange and escalating.
So let me back up, because you went through a lot. The question was originally, what did you know at the time when she first made these? You were aware she tweeted. You said you didn't know her that well at the time. What did you know about her? And you said you knew she had left under a cloud.
Everything I said in my statement, counselor, was contemporaneous information up until that day.
Oh, so you knew all of this, because some of it you were describing things she had said afterwards. So that
no, I'm sorry. Sexual the timeline in my spiel, which is accurate in my mind, but we'll talk about that. Ends when she made the tweet. I talked about everything that I knew about her in between when she left and when she made that tweet. The harassing and threatening behavior, the threats against my coworkers, the mischaracterizations about me, the hostile workplace stuff, that all came before she tweeted.
So you were aware of all of that as of December 2020.
I didn't know chapter and verse the exact circumstances of why she left, but I knew she left under a cloud because she was confronted with complaints against her.
How did you know?
Because she was. I'm sorry, you're talking so fast. Just try to slow down. She left under a cloud because she left under a cloud because she was
confronted about complaints against her.
Okay, thank you.
I did not know the specifics of those complaints.
Were you informed about that at the time she left?
Water cooler talk, nothing official. She left in a huff. Then she put out an email to everybody saying, "I quit. Thank you." And so this was loose. I never asked anybody in senior staff about it, but that was what I heard.
And had you personally had interactions with her?
A few, unremarkable.
Mm-hmm. What kind of
conference calls together? We're on conference calls together. We're at a staff retreat together. We talked, and I think me, her, and her boss at the time, Howard Zensky, had conversations. Really nothing remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
During her time, she mostly stayed in the city. I was mostly based in Albany, so and she wasn't working in the chamber for all that long.
Had you seen her interact with the governor?
If I had, it wasn't very remarkable.
Mm-hmm. Had you been in any meetings where you were with her and the governor?
I did a record search. The short answer is I don't recall. I did a record search with publicly available information, and I was in a couple, but there were meetings with 30 people on them or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And how about at events that you were at, that she was at as well?
Must have been.
But you don't, nothing that you remembered.
Nothing remarkable. I certainly didn't travel with her. We were probably in the same room with 100 other people.
Okay. And so focusing, I know that a lot has happened, so it might be hard to just sort of keep it separate, but focusing on when you first learned that Lindsey Boland is tweeting, making allegations of sexual harassment, although without a lot of detail at that point. You get a call from Melissa DeRosa, you go in, you meet, you also get a call from Jimmy Vilkind. Anyone else?
Yeah, everyone. Every reporter on the face of the earth. Yes.
Did you respond to any of them before meeting with Melissa DeRosa and the council, or did you meet with them first?
No, but it was a race again. It was a race because they were, they were posting stories. We need to get to the bottom of the facts, and we didn't know what the facts were. We needed
I mean, the
to figure
allegations
out
were
what the
simply
facts.
that there was sexual harassment. There was not specificity.
But then what's she going to do? Is she going on TV? Is she talking to a reporter and giving other details that we have to respond to? What is she talking about? These are, there's a combination between figuring out what it was we had to respond to, and reporters looking to get stuff on the web up as quick as possible without any context, while we're trying to get the context. Well, we're not getting any context from the complainant.
And so, what did you do after the meeting? Well, other than the meeting that you're with counsel that you're asserting privilege over, any other discussions or conversations or meetings with anyone on this subject?
No.
Okay, so what did you do?
No. We formulated a response to her allegation.
And what was the response?
The response was a denial from our press secretary.
Mm-hmm.
She did not file. We checked to see if she ever filed any complaints. We checked. We contemporaneously with the information we had. We checked to see if there was anybody who we could talk to that may have been a third party. At some point, the governor was asked, and he said it didn't happen.
Did you ask the governor?
It wasn't me.
Okay, someone did, and it was conveyed back to you.
Yes.
Other than a denial, what else did you do?
I was asked. We had to correct the record, sir.
Question was simply, what else did you do?
I couldn't. Well, also, in what context?
To respond to Lindsay Boylan's claim.
Lindsay Boylan's claim of sexual harassment was responded to with a statement. Upon talking to counsel, who I believe also talked to Goer, we also decided to correct the record in the circumstances of her departure, because that was demonstrably false information.
Is it your understanding that she had made public statements about the circumstances of her departure?
She had.
What were they?
She left because of a toxic workplace, and she tried to quit 3 times until it actually stuck. That is actually not what happened.
So you read the claim that it was a toxic culture or allegate that there was sexual harassment as saying that that's the reason she left?
But when she said she left, it had nothing to do with sexual harassment.
So it's your understanding that she said that her departure had nothing to do with sexual harassment?
She said it to the New York Post. She said it on Twitter.
She said, when did the New York Post article come out?
A week before.
Before the tweet?
Before the tweet about sexual harassment, yes.
So your recollection is there was, sorry, let me step back. The first time that you said you heard about allegations of sexual harassment was when she tweeted, and then you started getting calls from Melissa DeRosa and Jimmy Vielkind, right? Are you saying there was
Correct.
a week before there was a New York Post article saying Lindsay Boylan said that making allegations of sexual harassment before that?
No, a week before, she claimed she left the chamber because it was a toxic workplace, and that she tried to quit 3 times before it stuck. That produced news articles. At the time, we decided not to respond. But as her claims were escalating, which tended to dovetail with her political ambitions, we decided we need to start correcting the record because she's out there saying things that are not true about how she left the administration.
So let's step back then and talk about what you remember about this New York Post article. What do you remember about that? Because it sounds like that preceded the tweet.
It was based entirely on her previous tweet where she said this was the most toxic workplace she ever worked in. She tried to quit 3 times until it finally stuck. The reality is she was brought up on numerous complaints by both her subordinates and her coworkers. When she was confronted by those complaints, she quit. 3 days later, she asked for her job back. Like I said, her claims against our office, we believe are demonstrably false, and we're escalating. We did try not to engage for a long time, but it got to a point where we had to correct the record.
Okay. So I know you're giving me sort of lengthy answers for very specific questions. So the very specific question was, when the Post article came out, what discussions did you have, and with whom?
I talked about it with my team and with counsel, and then we made a decision that we're in the middle of a second wave of COVID. There's a lot of stuff flying around. We'll just, it's one article. We'll just ignore it.
And did you talk to Melissa DeRosa about that?
I must have.
How about the governor?
Him I didn't talk to.
You don't remember it though, specifically?
I know I didn't talk to him. Something like this, I definitely would have talked to her, and I have a vague memory of that. And then I think I looped in Beth Garvey as well.
And did Melissa DeRosa agree with not saying anything at the time?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah. It wasn't a long discussion.
Okay. So there was a decision made where we're just not going to respond to this, and then about a week passed before her tweet that then raised sexual harassment.
About a week passed as she did escalate like her attacks on us during that time. I believe if you look at her Twitter feed, you'll see she increasingly was like saying stuff that we believe to not be true about the governor, about working here, and she escalated to the point where where everybody started to notice, and the governor himself was implicated. She limited her complaints to staff before that.
To what? Sorry, you were breaking up a little.
She limited her complaints escalated and were limited to staff, but then finally she made accusations with no specifics to back it up against the governor, which we had to address. But when people write about that, they're going to write about everything else she said too, and we had to correct the record on that at least. We addressed the allegations of harassment, and then we had to address the record on some of the other things she said. They're all going to be part of the same swirl.
So, what decision was made to correct the record?
Well, I talked to reporters. I said, "Hey, she's been out there. She's been out there saying, here's our response to the sexual harassment complaint. She's been out there saying a lot of things over the past week, especially about the circumstances of her departure. That's false. She got fired after being confronted. And to the reporter said to me, "Do you have anything to back it up? Prove it." So
who said that to you?
Bernadette Hogan from the Post, David Caruso from the AP. I think Jimmy was also interested. I think ultimately they ended up not publishing anything of substance to it.
Sorry, am I the only one hearing that noise?
Yeah, there's a hammering noise.
What is the noise?
Yeah. Can we maybe take a quick break, because I think it's coming from next door. We can go and find out how to stop that.
Thank you. It's so loud.
Stand by. Stand by. The time is 10:41. We're going off the record.
Recording.
Second.
Recording in progress.
The time is 10:44. We are back on the record.
So I think when we broke, you said people were saying prove it, Bernadette Hogan from the Post, Caruso, Jimmy as well. And so what did you do to try to prove it?
Well, I consulted with counsel. I believe counsel consulted with Goer, and in order to correct the monstrously false information, I did share documents documenting her departure and her ultimate attempt to come back. That was redacted in such a form that it protected the complainants.
To what? Sorry.
Redacted in such a way as to protect the complainants.
And who were the lawyers that you consulted with? Linda Lacewell and who else?
Linda Lacewell, Junie Mogul, those are the main two. I can't remember if Beth was in the mix.
Okay. And Goer, you said?
They consulted with Goer.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Goer?
No, but the lawyers represented that they did.
Was there any discussion that you were involved in about whether those documents were privileged?
Again, I consulted the counsel.
Okay. And are you asserting privilege? And I guess this is a question for Ed, asserting privilege over whether those discussions involved, whether those consultations involved question of whether those documents were privileged or not?
Yeah. I think we're instructing Rich not to answer questions about the details of the consultation.
Was there any discussions that you were part of as to whether releasing such documents would constitute retaliation?
Again, I'm going to have to assert privilege to any conversations I have with counsel.
And in your mind, what was it that you were producing with these? I know it's been described as personnel folder or file. What did you think it was that you were producing?
Documents documenting the circumstances around her getting confronted for multiple allegations of bullying and harassment in the workplace, her reaction to them, and a follow-up memo documenting a conversation where she asked for her position back.
Okay, so in your mind, it wasn't her personnel file.
In my mind, those are the documents in my mind, the documents as I described them is what it was. Whether they were in a file or not, it's not relevant to me.
Are you aware whether employees of Executive Chamber have a personnel file each?
I'm not in the Human Resources Department, counsel. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Well, do you have an understanding? Or maybe the understanding is I don't, but.
I do not. I assume everyone does have it. You know, you file paperwork to when you come in. You file paperwork when you get promoted. You file paperwork if you get a pay raise. You file paperwork if you move to the department. I'm assuming that's kept somewhere, but I don't know.
Okay. And how did you obtain these documents that you ended up producing?
I spoke to another counsel who had access to them after I consulted other counsel about them.
Who did you speak to get them?
Julia, last name starts with a P. I'm sorry, it's one of those names you get an email
Yeah, I
all the
know.
time.
Julia K-P-I-E-C, right?
Kupiak, thank you.
And did she have the documents?
She did.
Did you speak with Alfonso David?
I think I did
Okay, when did you speak with Alfonso David?
that afternoon.
Before you got the file or after?
This is, I believe it was period contemporaneously.
Okay. And who reached out to who?
I think I called him. He knew more about the situation than anybody.
Did someone direct you to call him, or you just did it?
If it came up or if I did it, I mean, again, we're in a group. I don't quite remember, but I would have called, you know, wouldn't have been weird if somebody asked me to call him. It would have been weird if I called him myself.
Okay, and what did you tell him?
I believe that conversation may also be privileged.
Is that right? Are you, Ed, are you asserting privilege of conversation with Alfonso David?
You know, June, I think that one we may need to check with Chamber. I don't want to step out of bounds of what they've been doing, but we may need to check with them. And if it's important, you know, if it's important enough, we can raise it with them on a break or something.
And I'm
No,
prepared to answer the question.
I think in the beginning we directed you not to call people about.
That's why I was asking permission,
yeah.
but you know, we can just table it.
Listen, I'm prepared to answer the question if the chamber's position is it's not privileged, but I'd like to check.
Did he send you anything?
I believe he sent me the last document.
Okay, but was that a document that you already had, or?
I don't remember. I don't remember. He may have sent me duplicate documents that I had. That last file for his conversation, I believe he had, that he sent to the chamber. And I can't remember if it was in their files or not.
And then did you consult with anyone else other than the Melissa DeRosa, the counsel in the office, Alfonso David, anyone else?
I think there were some calls. I think Josh and Liz, maybe Jeff were on those calls. I mean, if they contributed to the conversation in any meaningful way, I don't remember. I don't recall directly, but the people I discussed were the important conversations and the relevant ones.
Mm-hmm. So, but you remember consulting with Josh and Liz Smith at the time?
I remember being on calls. With them. I talked to Rich Bamberger too. Was around that day.
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm sorry, I'm just talking. You were asking a question.
Did anyone else play a role in sending these documents to reporters other than yourself?
I believe Josh did. And Rich, I don't believe actually sent them, but I think, I think reporters started calling him for them once these stories started to pop.
And why did Josh send them as opposed to directing them to you?
I think he may have been talking to a reporter subsequently who had a better relationship with them than me.
Was there any discussion about sharing internal executive chamber documents with people outside of chamber and the propriety of that?
And you're talking about outside?
Yeah, I guess outside of the conversations with lawyers.
Any conversations to that of that nature would have been with counsel.
Have you ever, are there any other instances where you have sent out documents of that nature to?
Not me personally. There was a well-documented previous incident involving Howard Glazer in this administration.
Yeah, what was that?
That was, I forget the exact circumstances, but There was a state employee who made run representation about why he was fired. It came to the attention of Howard Glazer that he was fired for cause. The story itself was starting to get a lot of pickup. Howard went on the radio and discussed the personnel file and read some of his contents. I was a relatively junior staffer when that happened.
And what was the discussions about whether that was appropriate or not for him to do that?
I wasn't privy to any of that, but you did ask if that is a previous experience time that I understand this happened.
Any other instances that you're aware of where documents about personnel were made public in this way?
None come to mind.
Putting aside the discussions with the lawyers, did you have any personal reservations about doing that?
I had a legal question, then I consulted with counsel.
Other than a legal question, you didn't have any questions?
I wanted to correct the monstrously false information. No.
Did you know, did you have any basis to know whether she had been sexually harassed or not?
Like I said, that was in our minds, that was a separate line of thought, a separate inquiry. She didn't file a complaint. No one who we knew remember anything weird in meetings, which is what she tweeted. And again, the governor denied it. And we addressed that in a separate statement.
So just to ask the question again, did you have any personal basis to know whether she had been sexually harassed or not?
I don't.
And so when you say it's separate, so you're saying this was being released in a way that's unrelated to her claim of sexual harassment?
The circumstances about her departure were good, since those are still fresh in everybody's mind. We're going to be included in every story about her claim, which again we answered separately. So we determined it was ready to, and rather than ignore her, which we had done previously, we had to start correcting the record. Of her false claims.
But in your mind, it's the two things were separate.
Yes.
It just happened to be sent the day she made the sexual harassment allegations, even though you had previously decided not to.
In the week in between, she continued to escalate her attacks against the administration, which were false, and we were determined to correct the record. On the sexual harassment claims, that was a separate statement that dealt with that.
I guess my question isn't, I understand that there are statements, not every statement, you can split up every statement into separate statements, but your testimony about whether the decision to release the documents was in your mind a separate matter and unrelated to her allegation of having suffered sexual harassment.
Yes.
They were unrelated.
Yes.
Just happened to be the day that she made those sexual harassment allegations, and that it was sent to reporters who were asking about it.
Asking the reporters who were asking about her claims writ large.
Or what? Sorry.
They were sent to reporters who were asking about who were asking about not only her sexual harassment claims, but the hostile workplace claims. Like I said, the
reporters who were calling you, were they not? Sorry.
No, I'm done.
Were the reporters who were calling you not asking you about the sexual harassment claims?
They certainly were.
So they were sent to reporters who were asking about the sexual harassment claims, correct?
They were sent to reporters who were interested in the circumstances of her departure, as well as a statement about her sexual harassment claim.
It's your testimony that in your mind, the two were unrelated. The sexual harassment allegation and your sending of the documents were unrelated?
The responses were unrelated.
What do you mean by the response? So what do you mean the responses are unrelated? My question is, in your mind, under oath, your testimony is that your sending of those documents to the reporters were unrelated to Lindsey Boylan's allegation of sexual harassment.
Yes.
Did you discuss, do you know if the governor knew that you were sending out these documents?
I don't know if I did. I don't know if I did.
Did you have any discussions with him about it?
No.
He certainly obviously became aware of it because it made its way in the papers
think
pretty
so.
quickly.
I would think so. I hadn't had a direct conversation about the file.
If you can turn to tab 12 in the second binder, binder 2. You see this is a text, well, it is a text chain
Yes.
that you are on.
Yes.
And although it says dad at the top, is it appears to be Richard Bamberger's device. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so this is a text chain that you're on. It says Caruso feels need to get out and any paperwork out. He says they are debating at AP what to do, but this will steamroll, so may have to do something. You remember being in a text exchange? Well, just to help you, if you want to look at the next page, he writes, 20 minutes later, Bernadette is talking to Isabel now about what was told by her former colleague Campbell. Says he doesn't write off of unverified tweets. He called Lindsay, she won't talk.
Okay.
Do you remember being on a text chain with Rich Bamberger, Daniel Lever, and Josh Lasser and Melissa DeRosa?
I mean, no, but this document does refresh my memory.
Okay. What does he mean, Caruso? Who's Caruso?
David Caruso is the reporter for the AP who he was talking to.
Okay. Was he talking to him or were you talking to him as well?
We were both talking to him.
By the way, like, Rich Bamberger is at Kivit at this point, right?
Yeah.
And is there just an understanding from the reporters that he speaks for the executive chamber?
No, I think in this particular case, and usually this happens a lot with TV news because his background was from CBS, which is that if a big story breaks, all of a sudden he gets called just because, yeah, he's in that world. Doesn't speak for us, but he does have people who are in our world. People know he's still in our world and we're still social with him. So they call and say, hey, what do you make of this, what this was? And Caruso definitely reached out to him first that day.
Is that, by the way, is that common in your experience of reporters reaching out to former employees of organizations to get the official word from those organizations? I mean, you were a reporter before too, right? Like, is that
reporters?
Common occurrence?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Reporters beg, borrow, and steal any angle they can to try to get access to something. So yeah, they'd call former people, and the former people would be talking to us. Again, Rich is. I said this before. I think we spend our entire day on the phone with people, asking what they think about stuff. Reporters are the same way. and they have their connections, and sometimes, and I think they perceive, though it may not be, I don't think it's truthful in this case, that former guys who are still close, who have their own interests and like want shit with reporters, may give them better access or fresh dirt or like something that's not necessarily authorized.
So I understand that reporters will beg, borrow, and steal to get information. In your experience, is it common for organizations to also regularly bring in people who are not part of that organization anymore to speak on behalf of that organization?
I think as part of the human condition, when you feel like you're in battle, you turn to those you trust.
And is that you were in battle? Was that all the time? You're in battle?
Define a time period, counselor.
I'm asking you, is it always a battle?
It's not always a battle, but this was obviously a serious event.
Is this unusual though to bring in? I thought you said you sort of regularly consulted with people like Steve Cohn and others.
Yeah, I do. I thought you were asking me two slightly different questions.
Okay.
Yes, we turn to people who know us, worked with us, understand us, and who also happen to be very good and very smart. We do that. I thought what you were asking me before was, is it unusual for reporters to go to former people to try to get official statements? I thought those were two slightly different questions.
Okay.
Are you satisfied with my answer to the second, or?
Yeah, sure. Okay. When he says Caruso feels we need to get out, who's that a reference to?
I don't know.
Do you know anyone by the but you know
a lot
anyone
of people
named? You know a lot of. How about?
I know a lot of people. Yeah, I don't know.
How about?
I could be a reference to Catalina Cruz, who used to work for us. She's an assemblywoman now.
Were there discussions here about? I'm sorry. Let me step back. Were there discussions at that time about reaching out to other former female staffers at the executive chamber to get ahead of any reporting?
I think there may have been a thought about talking to some of Lindsay's ex-coworkers when there's a discussion about what to do to correct the record to some of the people who are actually there. That could be these people. I don't know.
Okay. Then you say any
end,
paperwork. Go ahead.
In the end, I think you saw what we did.
Okay. And it says, and any paperwork out. What's that a reference to?
I believe that's in reference to the documents. Again, the number one question reporters ask me, prove it.
Okay. He says they're debating at AP what to do, but this will steamroll. So may have to do something. What did you understand him to mean? This will steamroll.
They're going to move something. They were debating whether a tweet with no accusations, and a basically directive to reporters that she's giving no details, was with no complaint filed behind it, was worth doing. They were having an internal debate that I guess they informed Rich of.
And did that weigh for or against releasing the paperwork?
Neither. The AP was one of many outlets that we were dealing with that day.
Let's see. And was the decision, if you're going to issue to one, you give it to all of them?
It was the Post and the AP really wanted it. They were after us for a long time. They were after us on that. When I say after us, I mean they were persistent on that. Other people, once those stories published, wanted the same documents. I wasn't blanket distributing it. I don't believe. That's not my memory.
If you look to the next page of that document, it says Bernadette is talking to Isabel now about what was told her by former colleagues. Campbell says he doesn't write off of unverified tweets. He called Lindsay. She won't talk. So Bernadette is who?
Bernadette Hogan from the Post.
Isabel?
Isabel, I believe, Isabel Benton, who works the Sunday desk at the Post.
So both Post reporters? And former Campbell is who?
That's John Campbell, reporter with Gannett.
Okay. And were you talking to all of those people yourself, or?
I was. Not Isabel, but I was talking to Bernadette. Bernadette's the one who wrote the hostile workplace story a week prior. She heard from her own sources about the circumstances of her leaving, and had previously tried to track that down.
How had she tried to track that down previously?
I think she was trying to talk to people.
Had she talked to you and asked for evidence or proof or documents?
Yeah, and she certainly did that day too.
But previously you hadn't provided it?
Previously, yeah, what changed there was the steady escalation during the week of attacks upon the administration that we believe to be baseless.
Who had you discussed this with previously, Bernadette's requests?
I don't know if I did.
Okay.
She hammers me in 10 things a day, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you want to look on the next tab 13. And this is a text chain with the same people. It says Caruso says he has to go and will update. Melissa says hold. Melissa says we're getting it to him now. Anything from DN, I assume that's Daily News.
Yes.
I didn't call Dennis. Who's Dennis?
Dennis Slattery is the reporter for Newsday. I'm sorry, the Daily News.
Daily News. Do we need to? Melissa DeRosa says yes. Got voicemail, texted him. AP all set, tying up the times now. So this looks like a text chain where you are talking about what to do, hold, and then the decision's made to send out the documents, and then you say AP all set, tying up the times now. What does that mean, AP all set, tying up the times now?
I think that's not necessarily what this text chain's about. The AP, a lot of these things, we didn't even have our original answer formulated yet, so they were going up with no response from us. Rich obviously did talk to David about the circumstances of her leaving, but AP put up a story that I believe at first had no response from us, that denying the remarks, and we were still trying to formulate our actual conclusion. Yeah, Sunday at 1:43. It's half the time, half that day I spent was trying to hold people at bay from tying stuff up just based on the tweet while we tried to get our arms around what it was so we can formulate a response.
So if you look at the time, it's Sunday at 2:30, you say AP all set. It's if you can go to hold on, let me just see which binder this is. If you can go to tab 6 of that same binder and just keep in your head 2:30 p.m. Sunday.
Okay.
See at 2:29, you send former press secretary Caitlin Gerard.
Yeah.
There's simply no truth to these claims. And then attached are some documents, right? These are the documents we talked about. Or
okay, then my recollection wasn't necessarily correct. They were in the case of the AP. I apologize.
so Does this refresh your recollection that you sent to David Caruso right around this time, the documents?
Along with the response from the press secretary, we must have come to that at the same time.
And why was this one? It looks like it's coming out from Caitlin versus someone else or you. How is that decision made?
She's our press secretary. She's one of the people who speaks on the record. Obviously, I think it's evident with the nature of the allegation, having it come from a woman would certainly be beneficial. At a certain point in the conversation, we did loop in Caitlin to discuss everything that was going on.
And what had been done to verify that the statement that there is simply no truth to these claims?
As I said before, we sought to see if she got a complaint. We tried to recollect anybody who saw anything in meetings with her, and we talked to the governor. Again, they're asking for our response. They're asking for the governor's response to these allegations. His response is there's simply no truth to these allegations.
You spoke to the governor.
Someone spoke to the governor, and that statement was approved.
If you look at this document that was sent around, or these documents, there are parts that were redacted and filled in with ESD official 1, 2. You see that?
I do.
Whose handwriting is that?
Unfortunately, and I say unfortunately only because of the penmanship, mine.
And did you whited out the names and put these descriptions for them?
I did.
And did anyone direct you to do that?
This was upon consultation with counsel.
They said take out the names of the complainants.
Well, June, I think we need to stay away from what counsel advised them on.
But you were also giving out names to reporters or someone was, it looked like in the earlier text, of names of the complainants. To talk
I was
to,
not.
Huh?
I was not.
It was someone else to your knowledge?
I don't know. I think some people. I think we did try to call. I think we did try to call some people who knew who worked with Lindsay about their encounters with her. Ultimately, this is what I decided. This is what was decided to be done.
Sorry, I'm not catching everything you're saying. Maybe if you go a little closer to the phone. Sorry.
I think it has a lot to do with how quickly you speak. You're just falling over your own. Just slow down, please.
It's a lifelong condition. We'll try to remedy that.
I should have mentioned this at the beginning when you asked me if I had any conditions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Counselor. One more time.
Let me look it up. Were you aware that the names of certain of the complainants were being provided to reporters?
I don't know if they were the actual complaint. I don't know if they're the actual complainants here. I do know, and again, I just don't remember all the complainants in the actual document. I'm sure you have an unredacted copy somewhere. Sorry. I think some people who did work with Lindsay were contacted that reporters wanted. I think ultimately that's not what happened.
And you see that the first page of the document, the subject line is confidential personnel matter, right?
Yes.
And then the second document up top says draft, privileged and confidential, attorney-client privilege communication. And the last email from Apollo David also says privilege and confidential attorney-client communication, attorney work product. I suspect the answer to this will be that you're asserting privilege, but any discussions you had about the fact that these documents on their face asserted attorney-client privilege and work product privilege, and whether sending it out would be appropriate?
Again, I think your hunch is right.
Have you ever sent out to reporters any other documents that in your career that were visibly marked at the top, attorney-client privilege, attorney work product?
None come to mind, but if I had, I would have consulted counsel before.
Do you remember any instances of that?
None come to mind. None come to mind. But like I said, for something like that, I would have consulted counsel.
So if you can just flip through tabs 2, 3, 4, and 5 of that same binder number 2. Those all appear to be emails where you send the same document to various reporters: New York Times, Wall Street Journal, New York Post, Times Union.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
Any others that you remember sending this to, other than these that we have?
I believe the Huffington Post. There may have been others, but you know.
Do you remember any of the reporters asking you? Well, what did you tell the reporters as to what this is?
I'm condensing several conversations. Again, if the conversation with the reporter turned to, by the way, she's separate from this, she lied, she's been lying about how she's left the administration. And to the one, they all said, "You got any proof of that?"
So sorry, you recall saying separate from this when you talked to reporters?
I'm talking about a different subject other than her sexual harassment tweet. Yeah.
So you
Again, counselor, every story about this will also have she previously accused us of having a toxic workplace, and that she ended up leaving her own volition.
I understand.
Every story was including that.
I understand that they're gonna the story. My question was a much more narrower one, which is, you actually recall saying to reporters, separate from this, when you sent these out or talked about this, these records?
Okay. Sorry, there's some banging again. I may not have, but my conversations are more personable than this current one.
Or more what? Sorry.
My conversations with them are more conversational and more personable than this one. So sorry about that.
No
I talked to reporters.
No offense taken. The personable
Yeah.
comment.
Yeah.
That's my normal reaction to Ed Kim.
That was warned. No, when I talked to reporters, if they expressed interest in reporting out the toxic workplace stuff, once again the Post had this the Post has been gnawing at this. The AP was obviously very interested in this. Once those two stories popped, people called me and we're like, can you verify that information? Can you share that information?
Did you were your discussions about these documents and the substance of them off the record or on the record, or dependent on the outlet?
Depending on the outlet, I don't think we're all having normal conversations. I don't think I ever said off the record. I may have. But if they were looking for, they weren't looking for me to verify. They weren't looking for me to verify as, with quotes around them. They're looking for the records.
Okay, so just if you can look at tab 16. And the first couple texts, or at least the second one we've seen before, Bernadette is talking to Isabel now. Bamberger says, Dana just called me. She says she has to write something and suggests that we get her something so it's on record. She said, please give her anything. What do you understand that to mean?
I believe that was in reference to direct denial, which I don't think we had at the time. Can I check the timestamp on that just to make sure? What page is that?
We get it on the record at 11:33 a.m.
11:33 a.m. Yeah. Yeah, by that point, I think we're still figuring out what we needed.
Before sending them out to reporters, did you send images of these documents to anyone that you remember?
Looks like I did to this chain.
Huh?
Looks like I did to this chain.
Yeah. Okay. How about if you go at tab 14? I don't know if that's what you're looking at, but it's actually a slightly different chain.
Bamberger, Danny, Lasso.
And this one includes Steve Cohen.
Okay.
Do you remember discussions you had with Steve Cohen about this?
Not in particular. Yeah, I guess I did send these images out. I wanted people to know, people who are talking to reporters to know what they're talking about.
So you have it. You have a recollection of why you sent images to these particular people? Just that you wanted them to know what you were sending out.
And also if they're talking to reporters, I wanted them to know the facts as they were.
And were they? Do you know if Steve Cohen was talking to reporters too at the time?
I don't believe Steve Cohen was. I could be wrong. He may know one or two.
Okay. But Danny Lever was?
It looked like she was talking to Dana and Dana Rubenstein and maybe one other.
And
looking at the text chain.
And we know Bamberger was. Although actually this one does not. Yeah, and this one includes Bamberger. Okay, if you go to tab 15. You send this time confirm receipt and confirm receipt and that they're on the right order, please.
Yeah.
You mean in the right order. Were you asking these folks to check the order correctly, or what? Do you know what the?
I think I sent them images. And never send more than one image on your phone. Do you do it the right way? Do you do it the wrong way? If you do it the wrong way, if it's a page, it's like reading backwards.
I see. So you're asking them to confirm that it's in the right order before they read it, so they not asking them to tell you what the right order is.
Right.
Okay. Lasso says reading now. Lieber says, do we have any additional details of complaints made against her? This just mentions them, but doesn't explain what they were. Do you know what Danny Lieber's asking?
I think she was reading and commenting before she finished reading.
I see. Because it is the documents are pretty detailed.
Correct.
And then if you go down, if you go 2 more pages, there's it looks like a link to contact information for
Yes.
who's
She used to work at ASD. She currently, no, until yesterday, I think she was comms director for the campaign.
and why were you sending her information?
I believe she had an adverse experience working under Lindsay at ESD. And she agreed to talk to reporters on background. I don't
Was
think
she
anything
on-
ever came of it.
Was she one of the complainants, to your knowledge, that you had whited
I
out?
don't remember. I think you have the names of all the complainants, but I don't believe she was. But she did not have a good experience working for Lindsay. People were asking if we had, besides paperwork, if we had other people that we can direct them to. Doesn't work for us anymore. Got no reason to not be honest.
So was there also a decision to send out names of people who just had bad experiences with Lindsay Boylan?
Decision's a strong word. Again, reporters were asking if there was anybody else they can talk to about her experience there. I heard through the grapevine that had a bad experience there. I don't quite know what they were. I did talk to her. And she said, yeah, if somebody calls me, I'll talk to them on background. I don't think anybody actually called her.
And in your mind, giving the names of just people who had bad experiences with her was necessary to correct the record?
Correct.
Anyone who had any bad experiences with her?
I think they can provide color to reporters. Reporters make up their own decisions. But this sort of thing happens every day.
Right. People have bad experiences, people. That doesn't necessarily rebut the claim that as to why someone leaves. Correct?
It does provide context though in relation to her theory that this is a hostile work environment, when in fact the documents show that she herself was accused of bullying and harassment.
Did you
just because they
discuss?
weren't the complainants.
Did you discuss the providing names of other people who had bad experiences with her to reporters? Did you discuss that with anyone?
I'm sure it came up in the conversation
With Melissa DeRosa?
in the group one that we were having. I think councils were part of that conversation too.
And the governor?
I don't think so. That's pretty small ball.
You say, Steve Cohen asks why, and then you say different, you're thinking of, she was ESD press secretary. What did you think Steve Cohen was referring to?
Well, there's who was the ESD press secretary, and then for many years there was that was on the second floor who did Intergov.
And you thought he was thinking of probably someone else.
Steve never met him.
Can you turn to tab 17?
17?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is again a text chain that includes Melissa DeRosa, Vlasto, Danny Lieber, you and Rich Bamberger. And if you go 3-4 pages in, the one that says Caruso says he's still going through documents. That's from you. and then Melissa DeRosa.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not there yet.
I would go to, if you look at the base numbers at the bottom,
I'm here now, sir.
3119. Caruso says he's still going through documents, and Melissa DeRosa says, yeah, but the deal was he couldn't post. What is Melissa DeRosa referring to that he couldn't post?
I think he said he wouldn't. I think he said he wouldn't post his first draft until he went through the documents and determined whether or not they were useful to him.
As he wouldn't post
And then I
the
think
article.
You're right. And I think subsequently he posted a version. He posted a version anyway, which, you know, that happens in life.
What does that mean? Wait, so when you say that happens in life, were you hoping that he wouldn't post or wait or? Oh, I see. You're
I was
saying,
hoping he'd get.
I see, that they'll wait to review the documents before they post so that the article has that.
Right.
But he.
Right. But they were still reviewing the documents, and then they decided to post what was the news of the day while he was still going through them, and he subsequently updated.
Got it.
Sometimes, you know, sometimes that happens.
Okay. And then tab 8. Yeah, I know we're going a little back and forth, but so. And from some helpful stuff here, I know he talked to him, and then the next text is Times Union. So it looks like you're reading the Times Union article posted, and you're saying there's some helpful stuff in there, right?
Uh-huh.
And who's?
She used to work for me, and was our deputy secretary for the environment, I believe. You know, yeah, they both. It's funny on this one. I didn't send him to them. They told me subsequently he talked to them.
Mm-hmm. I see. So did you send reporters to people?
I didn't send him to these two.
But some others.
I mean, that day I can't remember. I think you guys saw what I was mostly doing that day.
And what was the reason to send them to other people? Who were the people that?
Reporters were doing. Forget Lindsey Boylan for a minute. As soon as that broke, the reporters who again were who I think were skeptical on its face of her claim because she refused to talk to them, were calling anybody who used to work here, who had Cuomo on their LinkedIn, and started the first round of like these quote unquote hostile workplace stories that sprang up later. So I know, you know, I remain close to both of them. One works for Scott Stringer, and the other one is out now. And they called me after the fact and goes, yeah, I got a call from the Times Union out of nowhere. I talked to him on background. And then he actually talked to 3 people in that story, if I remember correctly. I don't know who the third one is.
By the way, putting aside the sexual harassment allegations, in your experience, are people who say that it is a hostile work environment or a difficult work environment, is there no truth to those claims?
I think this is a tough, hard-charging place to work. I think the expectations are very high. I think the expectations should be high, and it's fast-paced. The work is not for everyone. I'm assuming we'll be talking about this in quite some detail. But I actually don't in my experience. I've been here 9 years. I've read a lot, and I'm sure you've talked to a lot of people who didn't last very long here, has some very strong opinions about the place. I do too. And, you know, and I'm proud of what I've done here. I'm proud of my accomplishments here, and I'm proud of what we've done as an administration.
Right. I understand that. I understand you've said it many times publicly, as have others, and we've seen actually talking points to that effect. But if people, and you're saying people can disagree, but my question was slightly different. Are people who are describing that environment as difficult, hostile, toxic, in your mind, are they lying?
I think there may be a great deal of embellishment that's in these stories, in my opinion.
What's embellishment that you've seen in the story? Putting aside the sexual harassment, which I understand your position, but what people who have talked about the work environment, what aspects of it in your mind are embellishments or untrue?
I think the environment where like everyone screams at each other and tosses TV off walls and doing all that. I think that's
Who has said the TV was tossed at?
The Times Union. Again, there's a whole subculture of these stories that sprang up. At a certain level, I think the reality starts to get mythologized a little bit.
Are you aware of an incident where the governor threw a computer monitor at Josh Blastow?
I am not.
Not aware of that, right?
I'm not aware of that.
And you would have no basis to say if that happened, whether it was true or not, right?
I would think I would have heard about it, but I certainly wasn't there, and I certainly didn't hear about it.
And then the next page on this, it says, give them the docs from Josh.
Page.
226.
Yep.
What do you think he's referring to there?
He's referring to the personnel file.
Yeah. And if you go to the next page, you write back, I don't know if I trust them. And Blastow says, fair enough. What did you mean by that?
It ultimately wouldn't have mattered, but he burned me before on stuff I said on the record, off the record, stuff like that. Subsequently, by the way, he called me, and I ended up providing him the information because he expressed an interest in him.
Mm-hmm. Why would it matter the providing of these documents? Why would you provide it only to people you trust?
I think I was mad at. My point was I was mad at him over some other stuff. Then he talked to me. Then the reporter called and we talked.
If you can turn to tab 53 of this same binder. And this is later, it's in March. And I think it comes up again, and there's I think you're responding to a longer potential story on this. On the second page, Peter Jamian asks, talk through with Linda. Here's a tweaked version. Beth, will Volforte agree this is accurate? What's that a reference to, Volforte? Will they agree it's accurate?
I think for fairly obvious reasons, I think this was a New Yorker story. Peter was flacking this one. I was not. And Belforte is the head goer. And I'm sure he wanted to make sure the statement from Beth was okay with goer.
And was he the person that you understood was consulted with about the release of the documents relating to Lindsay Boylan?
That may be the result of a privileged conversation. I refer to Ed. Happy to answer it if it's not.
Yeah. The short answer, Rich, is if June is asking you a question and the answer would involve something you learned from discussions with counsel, then you should avoid talking about it.
Okay.
I'm actually added a little bit of natural breaking point. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure. Yeah, and June, if it's okay, maybe we could take a slightly longer one because but the noise situation we realize is due to some construction that's happening. So we're just going to have to move conference rooms. So we might have to redial in and all that. Okay.
So should we say noon or
yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, we'll hop back on at noon then. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Stand by to go off the record. The time is 11:44. We're going off the record, and this will end media unit number 2.
Recording in progress.
The time is 11:59 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are back on the record. This will be the start of media unit number 3. Counsel?
Okay. So if you can turn to tab 19 of that same binder in front of you, the binder number 2.
Binder 2?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is a text chain that includes you. It's from Melissa DeRosa, and it's the following day, December 14th, Monday, and includes you, Linda Lacewell, Steve Cohen, Richard Bamberger, Daniel Lieber, Josh Flasto, and Melissa writes thoughts, and then you'll see the second page. She has written out some possible comments. Yes, I heard about the tweet about comments supposedly made and there's just no truth to it, or yes, I heard about the tweet and there's just no truth to it. Did you comment on her appearance? There's just no truth to the tweets. I support women having the opportunity to speak out. I believe in transparency, but there was nothing inappropriate that happened. And you write back, yes. What's your understanding of what this exchange was and what it is, what's written out here?
My recollection was this was either the morning of or the night before the governor's first public appearance following that Sunday, and I think we're workshopping phrasing.
You're preparing for questions you might get on it. And something like this, what's your understanding of? Does Melissa? Is it common for Melissa to draft it? Something like that and share it with you and people to comment, or?
I mean, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What was the end of that statement? With people,
or does it depend?
I think it depends. I think in this case, my vague recollection of there was definitely conversations with the group before this about what she should say, and this might be a distillation of everything that was said. It was certainly reflective of how I thought he should answer these questions, especially with so little information.
And before drafting something like this, would Melissa DeRosa have discussed it with the governor?
I don't know if it's before. I don't know if it's before or after.
But at some point,
we could have just
right, because he's going to deliver it. These are notes for him.
Yeah, at some point.
And then if you go further, there's a few more exchanges about it. Danny Lieber said, I'd do the second if you go to page 2531. And the first gives her too much room to define inappropriate. You know what that means?
No, I think we're just workshopping a statement in order to make it as clear and concise and direct as possible.
And then if you go to 2536, a few pages later, Linda Lacewell writes, does he get away with not answering if he commented on her appearance? Was there any discussion about whether the governor had in fact commented on her appearance or not?
No.
To your, sorry, go ahead.
Not with me. Sorry.
Not with you. In your experience, have you seen the governor comment on people's appearances?
I really haven't read a lot of stories about it, but I really haven't in my own personal view.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Including women, you haven't heard him comment on women's appearances?
No, sorry, I shook my head and should have answered affirmatively. No.
Okay. And in the next chat, the last in this tab, Steve Cohn says, I think going down that path doesn't end cleanly. No doesn't make sense. Yes invites another question and sounds funky. And I often comment seems similarly weird. The problem is LD doesn't mean what she says. She must mean he made a comment that was an inappropriate sexual innuendo. To that, the answer is a strong, it didn't happen. But you're forced to unpack it to get to the direct no. Do you remember that exchange?
I don't, but Steve's a lawyer who certainly gets down to it.
Yeah. So you don't remember there being an understanding in the group that he may have commented on her appearance, but just not in an inappropriate way?
That's not my understanding. Is it possible? Sure, but that's not my understanding.
Okay. That's sort of the implication of this comment, in the sense that you can't just say no if you commented on her appearance, and then you have to drill down, and then it gets, as he said, funky.
But I think ultimately it goes down to what, I mean, I hate interpreting what other people say, especially an attorney. But I think Steve's ultimate solution was no. Obviously she meant this, and the answer is no.
Okay. Can you go to tab 22? And this is December 15th, Tuesday. Times Union is calling around, you write, to former staffers trying to feel out if Boylan is telling the truth or is full of it. So far, it sounds like the latter. Might as well feed them our people.
Yes.
Do you remember, what do you remember about that time, like learning that Times Union is reaching out to former staffers?
They were calling around. And again, this was a repeat of my life for several months. They were calling around to former staffers after Lindsay did her tweet, looking at hostile workplace and if they could ever find somebody else that had a sexual harassment thing. The Times Union informed me that they found nobody else with the latter. Some people that have had that said they had adverse experiences here. My point is this: we've been around more than 10 years. There's a lot of people come in and out of the shop. Most of the people I know end up having pretty good experiences. Some people did not. And those people in the latter category was having the loudest voice. I had former coworkers call me up and say, this is garbage. This is stupid. Yeah, this is hard work. But like, it's not abusive. Like they said, it's abusive. And I say, oh, would you be able to talk to somebody about it? They said, sure. And for those ones, I may have sent them over to Ed. I think I sent over quite a few people. They ended up not doing the story until they ended up not doing I don't think they ended up doing a story about this reporting until much later. Mm-hmm. I was trying to figure out where this fell into the timeline. That was the reason for my pause, Counselor.
So, some people are reaching out to you saying, I'm getting calls. There are people who had good experiences. There are people who had bad. So the thinking is, let's even out the voice, and let's give some names of people who had better experiences, or you think had better experiences. Is that fair?
That's fair. I think in this category, there was also a category of people who were calling me saying, who hadn't been called, just said, I can't believe I'm reading this stuff. Well, how can I help?
Mm-hmm. And so did you come up, or did you or anyone else come up with a list of people to reach out to at this time?
The list? Not really. I talked to my own network. I think I talked to sent her somebody's way.
And is she someone that you thought was had a positive experience?
She's a very accomplished person who's our operations director, who's been working in politics for a really long time. And yeah, she called me up and just expressed like how crazy this all was to her.
The next page, it says, and who's?
I don't know, but I don't believe this is who you think it is.
Who do I think it is?
I think you think it might be Anna Liss. Certainly.
No, I actually don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
I assumed you would not send it that way, but you know.
Yeah. I don't know who said that. Bamberger. Yeah, I don't know who that is. I don't.
Okay. And then the next one, Melissa DeRosa says call.
I believe she makes with the same.
I see, same. And it says, Rich, he asks, who are we having them call? And you give Ed McKinley's contact info.
Mm-hmm.
And then you say Rich Bamber says, okay. And you write at the end, and the stance should be, I hear you're calling around. I've been sick about this all week. She's a nightmare, etc.
Yep.
And she's a nightmare. Who's she a reference to?
That'd be Lindsay Boyland.
Was this the kind of stance that you were providing to the people that might get called?
These are what I was hearing from them, not the other way around.
No, you're saying you're saying you heard this from some people.
Mm-hmm.
That she's a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who said that to you?
Who again was one of the who now that I'm remembering was one of the complainants. I believe was one of the complainants. I believe who I was talking to during that time said that. But she was also sick, so I wasn't gonna put her into it.
But this is you giving these other folks who are going to reach out to people talking points, so to speak.
Not talking points, an explanation about why they're calling him.
Anyone else you remember reaching out to other than these folks?
If they'd be willing to talk on background about their experiences here, that category.
Yeah, or in this time period, getting them to reach out.
Again, I talked to subsequent to them being called by the Times Union. I talked to he was a former press secretary. I talked to he was a former comms director. You know, a lot of us talk to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I mean.
How about you said it's not the Anna that I'm thinking of, but did you reach out to Anna Liss?
During this time, this is a different issue.
Mm-hmm.
Different issue.
Okay, what's the issue that you reached out to her on?
Subsequently to Lindsay's story, and then her refusal to talk to reporters about any specifics. We started getting calls from former staffers saying that you had the media calling, that was all happening, but also she was contacting them directly via LinkedIn, and she was also talking to people. She also seemed to have retained a law firm that was sending very similar themed messages to people on LinkedIn, people who she never worked with, people who just had Cuomo in their bio.
How did you learn that she was reaching out?
We started getting calls from people, including like an intern who worked with us 9 years ago, and they're all like, "What is this?"
Mm-hmm. And so, what did you do when you learned that?
We believed it to be political. We believed that she was trying to call around to find other disgruntled staffers to embellish and to potentially lie about their experience here. So we did what we normally do. We called our networks to see what's going on.
You say you thought she was telling people to potentially lie about their experience. Did anyone who reached out to you say that Lindsey Boylan asked them to lie?
Again, we thought this was political. We believed this was political. That she was trying to use this to help her run for office. That was informed by her other continually escalating behavior before this time. So we're trying to see if people called and what she said, if she called.
Okay, let me ask the question again. Did anyone that called you tell you that Lindsey Boylan had asked them to lie?
I don't believe anybody who called us ever called her back.
Okay. Did anyone ever tell you that Lindsey Boylan had asked them to lie?
Anybody who Lindsey contacted who subsequently went public, I don't think they talked to us.
Okay, so did you ever hear from anyone that Lindsey Boylan had asked them to lie?
No, but that was the belief at the time.
Okay, so that belief at the time, and you've answered twice to my earlier questions, was that it was political, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It was escalating.
Correct.
Okay. And then you added, and so she was trying to see if call people to tell them to lie. Trying to understand where you get that last piece.
That was the belief, that she was trying to call people to orchestrate people going public about their experiences here and embellishing their experiences and possibly lying. That's what we believe she was up to.
Why did you believe that?
That seemed to be consistent with her behavior. She was lying about her experiences here. I think she was trying to get others to verify her cause.
Okay, she was lying about being sexually harassed. That was your view?
She lied about the circumstances of how she left. She lied about me on Twitter. She bullied and threatened my coworkers over text message. This was escalating increasingly combative behavior.
What was her lie about you on Twitter?
She said I was berated. She said I was berated by the governor in front of her. I have no memory of that. That I was like cowed or something. I'm not afraid of Andrew Cuomo.
He's never berated you?
We've had tough conversations before, but we're big boys, and I can't remember having that in front of other people.
I'm not asking whether you're a big boy or not. I understand your desire to answer my questions in the way you want them to. I just want to get answers to my questions. Okay.
All right, let me take a breath.
I fully understand the message you're trying to deliver. It's been delivered. Just if you can answer the questions. Has Andrew Cuomo ever berated you?
Never berated me. He's yelled at me. I've yelled back at him, but it was fine.
Okay. Has he ever thrown anything at you?
Has not.
Has he thrown fruit at you?
I want to ask what type of fruit, but no. The answer is no.
Okay. How about when a headshot of his that was outdated was provided? to the press. Do you remember him throwing something at you with other people present?
No. No.
Apricots, throwing apricots at you, dried apricots?
Are you serious?
Just asking you a question.
I
The answer can
understand,
be-
but
The answer can be no if it's truthful.
I think I'd remember that. The answer is no.
Okay. And so a decision was made at one point to reach out to people who might get contacted by her then?
Yeah.
Who made that decision?
You know, we all did. We're all sitting around. Our phones started all going off, started getting crazy. So we all said, hey, let's call around, see how far this is going, see who she's reaching.
Okay. And when was this approximately?
Within the week of that story.
This is now in February or in December?
No, this is December.
December.
This was before her Medium post.
Okay.
Back when nobody knew what the allegations possibly were.
Okay. And in that context, who did you reach out to?
You know, it was in that same ballpark. I reached out to I probably reached out to a couple other people, and yeah, Anna was on the kind of the outer circle, but going through my phone, I gave her a call.
On a list?
Yes.
And what did she say?
You know, I talked to her. I thought it was a friendly conversation. I know subsequently she thinks otherwise, and that was never the intent. I called her, and I said, you know, so I said, oh hey, you know, I won't keep you long. I said, hey, have you seen the stuff with Lindsay Boylan? And she's like, yes, or something about that. And I said, awkward question, but like, have you been contacted by her? She's reaching out to anybody that had Cuomo in their biography. And we were just kind of curious, like, you know, if she went far back, you've been here in a while, if she reached out to you. And she said, no, of course not. And she actually said to me that she's got no complaints about her time here, which is what she said. I said, okay. And then, you know, talked about her, asked about her, asked her what she's doing now. I knew she was doing something in Rochester, and she said she worked for Monroe County doing economic development. I said, that's great. Our regional rep out there is getting very good, very attentive. But I said, hey, if you can't get him sometime, keep my number if you need something from the administration. And we said goodbye. I didn't think anything of it until I started getting media requests a couple of weeks later.
What kind of media requests did you get?
First it was Jimmy Vilkine came out. First Jimmy Vilkine came out, and she with her story. You know, which was, you know, surprising given what she said to me on the phone call. But people have a right to change their minds or, you know, reinterpret stuff, I guess. I think Jimmy knew about my call, but didn't use it for whatever. And then she went to local media and mentioned a call. I started getting calls from our local media. And I think eventually Jimmy called me and incorporated it to another story.
Okay, and what did they say?
They said, as I'm sure you read, they felt like the call was an effort to intimidate. That certainly wasn't my intent. It was one of several calls I made on this, and one of 100 calls I probably made that week on any number of issues.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any understanding why a staffer receiving a call from you or anyone else who considered part of the inner circle would feel that it was either an effort to intimidate or to deliver a message or to check in? Do you not understand that potential reaction at all?
I mean, listen, what her allegations were subsequently, I had no contemporaneous knowledge of, number one. Number two, I wouldn't call us friends. We were friendly. And that certainly wasn't the intent, and that certainly wasn't anything to go through my mind. I mean, I thought our relationship when she worked here was friendly, you know, and you know, I certainly say tough stuff in the press sometimes, but like that's not my role here.
Do you think people who have worked in the executive chamber have an understanding of what happens and can happen to people who disagree or say things that undermine the executive chamber?
I think that's a very tired trope associated with this administration.
You think it's not true at all?
I think it's a little. I'm not saying you're saying this, but I think it's a little insulting to do that. We're all hardworking people.
Not trying to insult you. I'm just asking you a question. The answer can be no. Do you have any? Let me repeat the question. Do you think people who have worked at the executive chamber have an understanding, based on their experience, of how people who say things that are negative about the governor, executive, or the executive chamber get treated? Do you think people gain an understanding of that while they are in the executive chamber? Pretty simple question. I'm not trying to be insulting. Surprised that you find that question to be insulting, but I'll ask it nonetheless. I think people gain an understanding or not. The answer can be no, that they don't have gained an understanding. Just a question.
Counselor, the answer is no, but if they do, they shouldn't.
The answer is no, that they don't gain an understanding one way or the other.
That's not my case, certainly.
No, Matt, let me ask you the question again. Based on your experience, okay, if you can just, I'm trying to keep the question pretty simple. Based on your experience, the people in the executive chamber who work there gain an understanding one way or the other about how people who say things that might not be beneficial to the executive chamber or the governor get treated. Do they gain an understanding of that?
No.
They don't. They don't.
You can ask it again.
Do people who work at the executive chamber gain an understanding of how people who say things that are negative about the executive chamber or the governor are treated? Is it reasonable to assume people gain an understanding of that?
No.
They don't. Why not?
You asked my opinion, and you asked my opinion was informed by my experience, and the answer is no.
It wasn't an opinion. It was asking you whether people gain an understanding. You say no. So why is it that they don't get an understanding? Is that are they not allowed to read statements made about people who cross the executive chamber?
I think you're conflating.
No, if you don't understand the question, you can tell me that. Then I'll rephrase. The question is pretty simple. My question is, first, do people in the executive chamber, do they gain an understanding of how people are treated if they cross the governor or the executive chamber? Yes or no? You said no. That's what I'm following up on. So I'm trying to follow up on what? No, which means no, they don't gain an understanding, in your view. I'm trying to follow up on that. How does someone work there not gain an understanding? Maybe they're not allowed access to statements made by you or others, because otherwise they must gain an understanding one way or the other, unless they're not allowed to. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, and June, I don't know if what we're getting hung up on here is that Rich is focused on a different part of the question about how people are treated. I'm not sure if that's the disconnect.
It can be treated well. They may have an understanding that get treated well. That's still an understanding.
I honestly don't understand the question.
You don't understand the question whether people in the executive chamber have an ability to assess how people who cross the executive chamber are treated. you don't understand that question?
I don't understand that question.
Okay, what about that question? Don't understand. Which word?
You're asking me you're asking me you're asking me to opine on what other people think. And I just don't get the question.
I'm asking you based on your observations, whether people who work there have the ability to assess the treatment. And then we can talk about your opinion. You can refuse to answer that. But the question is simply, does someone have the ability? And you say no. Does
someone have the ability to make an observation?
So yeah, the question is pending is, do people who work in chamber have the ability to assess the treatment of people who disagree with the administration?
Well, that implies people who work here have basic cognitive skills, so sure.
Thank you. That was the question. Okay. Now you can refuse to answer the rest if you want.
I'm glad we got here, sir.
Okay.
All right. What's the second question?
Okay. So, and would it surprise you to learn that some people who worked at the executive chamber have developed a view that if you cross the executive chamber with the governor, that you're not treated well? Would that surprise you?
I mean, I don't know what treated well doesn't treat well means. I do know there have been rumors about this administration and it being vindictive that go back years. That has not been my experience. That has not been my experience here. Okay.
Is your assessment that the response to Lindsay Boylan has not been vindictive in any way?
I believe her behavior towards us has been harassing and abusive, and it's also involved demonstrably disproven lies, and we had to correct the record.
Okay, so you can.
So no.
Answer, the simple question is, do you believe? I understand your desire to say what you want to say. I get that that's part of your job, but this is actually an under oath testimony where you honestly have to try to provide the truthful answers, not whatever you want to tell me. We get it, but I don't want to keep having this debate because it's just going to make this longer. I understand what you want to say on the record. I'm just trying to get truthful answers to the questions. And that question simply is, do you believe that the treatment of Lindsay Boylan is in any way vindictive? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And in your experience, you have not observed any conduct coming out of the executive chamber that could be perceived as vindictive?
My experience, my opinion? No.
Not a single thing?
Nothing that comes to mind.
And if anyone were to believe that and think that the executive chamber has on occasion been vindictive, they would just be wrong, in your view.
I would say so.
Did you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she reach out to you?
She may have.
Okay. And what did, do you remember talking to her in February of this year?
Not really.
How about?
I don't know if I know her.
How about?
I've talked to her. I can't remember about this, but I know.
Have you spoken to her about Lindsay Boylan allegations?
I can't remember. It's possible.
How about?
Yes.
Okay. How did that come about?
She called me, I believe.
What did she say?
She said she was contacted by Lindsay. She thought all this stuff was crazy. And I asked if she's one of the people. I asked if she talked to people on background. And I can't remember what happened after that.
Did there come a time when you were involved in any discussions about a letter that potentially could be drafted and sent from former members of the executive chamber?
Is this the letter that was later published in the New York Times?
I'm just asking generally for any discussions about any letter.
I want to be specific, though. Is this the letter in the New York Times?
I don't know what discussions you were part of, whether it ended up being in the New York Times or not. So just the question.
And the letter is about what?
Letter responding. Well, I'm trying to get the truthful answer. If you have any letter, have you been in part of discussions about drafting of any letter involving the executive chamber or the governor?
I've been.
In
the very wide question, Kat.
In the last.
That's also a very. That's a very wide question.
How many letters? What letters?
I was involved in drafting many letters that were released to the press on a variety of issues.
Okay. What do you remember?
Letters to Congress, letters revolving the salt cap, letters for pandemic aid. Again, I don't think that's what you're really asking me. So can you ask the question again?
I'm trying to get to it. I don't want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So you can if you can just answer the questions, and that was an answer to the question. Not trying to predict where I'm going. So many subjects, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about any relating to in any way to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor, either in terms of timing or subject matter as a response to allegations, in the broadest sense possible, any letters that were being discussed in connection with sexual harassment allegations being made?
Yes.
What discussions did you have?
I worked with Linda on a draft of a letter from staff about their positive experiences here, seeing if there was something, which is, something that has been done. We worked together to see if there's some language that worked that would have been remotely interesting. Turned out it wasn't. We tried. We looked at it. I don't think it ever went anywhere.
Okay, so when was this?
December, January, around there.
Okay, and whose idea was it to draft a letter?
I don't know. I think we talked about what it would look like in a group. I worked on it with Linda. We did a draft.
What group talked about it?
I think it was me. I think it was Melissa. I think it was Danny. I think it was sort of the same group.
And what was the substance of that letter?
And the letter or I just want to steer around the discussion if council was present.
The letter.
Okay.
The letter was about the experience working in the executive chamber. It was I would deem it a positive letter that talked about the work we've done, how supportive they were, even though they left, how supportive they were still of our efforts. Like I said, we played around with some language. It just, it ended up not being worth it.
And why not? Why did it end up not being worth it?
Stuff died down by then, for a little while. That we still were, in the middle of all this, we're still fighting a second wave of the pandemic. A couple of news cycles went by. Just let it go.
Did you share a draft of the letter with anyone?
I don't know.
You don't know if you shared it with anyone?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you have a draft?
I don't think I do. I think I did some line edits. I think I did some line edits with her.
When you say you drafted it with her, were you literally physically with her when you drafted it, or were you?
I was physically editing some copy.
I see. You were physically together in the office, typing something up. But you decided not to send it around.
I don't know what happened with it. I left it with her.
Do you know if there's any other? Were there any discussions of any other letters, whether you were part of them or not?
Well, this is what I was trying to get to. I am aware of another letter that hit the press. I was not involved in discussions of that letter or in the drafting of that letter.
Mm-hmm. And when did you learn about that other letter?
When the New York Times called me.
Mm-hmm. What did they say?
They sent me and Peter an email describing the substance of the letter, which previously I not recalled seeing. While preparing for this testimony, I subsequently did discover an email where a version of that letter was sent to me, but I have no recollection of it. I don't remember receiving the email, and I don't remember anything about it.
And this letter, what was the substance of this letter?
It was responding to Lindsay.
Mm-hmm. And it included, it discussed Lindsay Boland. Correct? Yes. In addition to saying
the letter
things about the governor.
It was not this was not the letter I was working on.
The letter you were working on did not describe Lindsay Boland?
Correct.
Or discuss Lindsay Boland?
Correct.
And do you know if the letter you were working on was before or after the
I honestly don't know. Again, I worked on that one in December, January, and then this. I don't know what timeline this other letter was. Again, I wasn't involved in the drafting of it.
Okay. If you can turn to tab 14 in your binder 1. Sorry, you may be on
binder 1, Rich.
Yep.
You see this?
I do.
Okay, so Linda Lacewell sends it to you on December 16. And if you can flip through the letter and take a look.
Yep, I'm familiar with this email.
Which letter is this one? Between the two we've been talking about.
This is not the letter. This is not the letter I was working on with Linda.
Okay. And by the way, the copy of the letter you were working on with Linda, have you looked for it in response to our subpoena?
Whatever's in there, my counsel's extracted. I have not looked for any documents. My counsel's did.
Where would the draft of the letter be?
Like I said, I left it with Linda.
Like physically left it, like is it in a hard copy?
Uh-huh.
And where did you work on it? On your work computer?
In her office. In her office.
On which computer?
Hers.
So you were sitting in her office. Were you physically typing or?
I was scribbling and line editing with a pen.
I see. She had a hard copy.
Yeah.
She was working on her computer.
I believe so.
And that's the last time you saw it?
That's the last time I saw it.
And what was the general what you remember about the substance of that letter?
The general substance of that letter was a positive experience. It didn't mention Lindsay. It was about a positive, inclusive experience of working here. the accomplishments that we did, the support that we feel, the fact that many of us still keep in touch and still consider each other family, something along those lines. Like I said, we played around with that language and that sentiment, and just, I don't know what it gained us to send it out and have people sign it. I didn't know what the value was.
So this letter, you received it obviously, but you don't remember anything else about this letter?
I have no recollection of either seeing this or hearing about it. I certainly didn't work on it.
Okay, but it
And
does
the
look
New York
like,
Times. I'm sorry. You go.
it does look like you received it.
I did. Apparently I did, but I have no recollection of it.
And even in reading it, it doesn't jog your memory.
It really doesn't. I don't know if I ever saw it. I mean, during this entire time period, I get inundated with emails. I also don't review my personal email as closely as I do my official one.
Mm-hmm. Why was she sending it to you in your personal email?
I don't know. You have to ask her.
You get a lot of emails from people, personal emails, to your personal email, like
No.
from work?
No, I'd say 95% of them are my official email.
So what did you tell the New York Times when they asked about this letter?
I think we recently reviewed the story, and I don't believe we commented.
Do you remember subsequently there being press inquiries about this letter other than the New York Times? Or was it just the New York Times?
No, I remember. What page am I turning to?
I'm looking for it, but first, before I show you the document, what recollection do you have of reporters asking about this letter?
I believe it came up in a piece that Ronan Farrell wrote that Peter Jamian did most of the work on.
Yeah, and what do you remember about that?
I remember that I had some of their facts and their timelines wrong when I went to the fact-checking process, and they had me being involved in drafting the letter, and that just wasn't true. And so we addressed that with them.
Okay, so I think I found at least one document that is a sort of a fact check document for Ronan Farrow. You can tab 69 on tab binder 2. Or a document that refers to the letter.
Yep.
And I think 70 probably has a longer. Actually, no, it's not 70. But anyway, from this one, do you remember Peter Jamian saying, "Please see below from Rich Azzopardi regarding the letter. We will likely have a comment regarding Lindsay's added shot at Melissa about being a mean girl. Along those lines, can you please let me know if there are other mentions of Melissa that I didn't discuss yesterday? Thank you." And you write, "The first I heard of any letter was this week when contacted by another outlet."
Yes.
And this is March of this year.
Yes.
So is that correct? A correct statement?
That was my recollection at the time. And also, just because someone sent me a copy of the email, I don't remember opening it. I don't remember reading it. And I certainly didn't work on it.
Or how about the other letter that you did work on?
That wasn't asked about.
You said the first I heard of any letter was this week when contacted by another outlet.
I was talking specifically about Lindsay's letter, which is they were specifically asking me about.
You said any letter, not that letter.
I was talking about the letter they were writing about, which was the same letter focused on the New York Times.
You can put that one away. So any other than Linda Lacewell, did you have any discussions with anyone else about the letter that you did work on? Whether it, yeah, let me just leave it at that. Did you have any discussions with anyone other than Linda Lacewell about that letter?
Not that I can recall.
You didn't talk to Melissa DeRosa about it?
I may have. It doesn't come to mind.
And you don't remember who you discussed it not being worth sending that letter out with? Did you discuss that with
It was
her?
Linda. It was Linda. We're kind of line editing. I'm like, what does this get us? You know, what value does this have in the public discourse?
Turn to tab 1 in binder 2. I'm sorry, tab 2 in binder 1. So it's an email from to you and Melissa DeRosa.
I'm sorry, you're asking
Who's
who's the finance director for the campaign?
and it says these are all entities / people she paid for Fed race. Let me know if we should dig into any. What is this a list of, and who's the she here?
She would be Lindsay Boyland.
Okay. And what is it? What is this list?
It's a list of. I'm sorry. It's a list of people. A list of her vendors.
Her what?
Vendors.
Vendors? What do you mean by vendors?
People she paid in her congressional race.
And why is sending you this?
We're looking for connections.
Connections meaning what?
Sir, I think I've made it clear we believe her public behavior is political in nature, always corresponds with her political aspirations. We found out her campaign manager is the same campaign manager that Jumaane Williams hired. And, you know, so we're looking for connections to see if there was a political aspect to her escalating escalating attacks, and this was one of the things we looked at.
And what's this? Just looking at vendors?
Yeah.
Okay. And how is she able to get this information?
It's all publicly available. That's on search engines. That, you know, she's you know, she can look up more easily than we can. It's all publicly available information.
And who asked her to do this?
Well, it's to me and Melissa. I didn't ask her, so maybe it was her.
I'm not asking you. Maybe if you don't know, you don't remember. What do you remember about who asked her to do this?
I don't know who asked, but I was put on it.
Did you ask?
I'm guessing. No, I'm guessing it was Melissa. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Do you remember any discussions about getting the vendor list together, other than this email?
We did speak about looking into possible connections. I guess this was one of them.
Who did you speak with about
Melissa.
that? Anyone else?
Peter may have been around.
Anyone else?
Not that comes to mind at the current moment.
And what did you do with this list?
Nothing in particular. I don't stood out. I don't think. But again. I said we were looking. I'm sorry. Is that somebody else?
I think it's better now.
I think I was an echo or something.
Okay.
What did you do
Yeah,
with
to
this
my
list?
knowledge, I don't think we did anything on this. But we certainly tried to research connections.
Okay, what
That
else?
was one of the things we did.
Do you know if anyone else did anything on this, Melissa? Or anyone else?
I think we looked at some of her donors too. I know we pulled Jamani Williams's donors to look for comparisons. I know we pulled the Working Families Party's donors to look at comparisons. We had an intermediary try to get some information from her campaign manager, who works in the Attorney General's office.
Who was that intermediary?
That'd be the Chief of Staff.
Okay, what did you reach out? You reached out to him?
We reached out to him, and because he knew the campaign manager, to see if he can find out any information.
And did he?
He did.
What information did he find?
Apparently, she told her campaign that morning she was going forward with the accusations of sexual harassment, and that she had no intent to follow up on him, because she said that she didn't want to go there, but in her heart she knows that he harassed her. I don't know what that means, but that was what was relayed to us.
So let me unpack that. So she informed her campaign that she was going forward with the accusations the morning of when the tweet, or later?
Yeah, the morning of the tweet.
Got it. And she said she had no intent to follow up on them.
Yep.
Meaning she'll just do the tweet and then not do anything more.
I'm sorry, you finished now. I'll clarify.
That was her intent, is what she said.
And I believe what was told to us is the campaign manager asked her, how could you do this without any specifics? And she said, I know he harassed me in my heart. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
But that's what was relayed back to us.
That was what?
That was what was relayed back to us.
I see. Anything else that was relayed back to you by?
I don't think so. I mean, Melissa may have had another conversation with them, but that's what I was told.
And who did get this information from?
I believe her campaign manager. Oh, who at that time, that's the other piece of information. He said he informed, according to him, that he wanted to leave, but didn't think it was a good look because of the accusations. And he was a male campaign manager.
And who was that? And how did he know to reach out? Did he know someone in the campaign?
He knew. Yeah, I believe he also did some work for the Attorney General.
Sorry, did some work for the Attorney General?
I believe that's correct.
And who reached out to?
Melissa did. I did. I don't think it was the same phone conversation. I don't think it was the same phone conversation, but we both did.
And what did you ask?
I think of that. I asked if he knew anything. He said he could see what he finds out.
Knew anything about what?
What the play is here? What the heck's going on? Is this orchestrated? Is this not? Is this like part of something? Is this an actual campaign thing? And that's the information he came back to me with.
And did you say that this was related to her allegations of sexual harassment?
He knew.
Mhm.
He knew. I said, you see what happened? You know this guy? What's the deal here?
Mhm. By this guy, meaning who?
Yes.
Okay. Any other requests you made of?
I don't think so. Again, there may have been subsequent conversations, but that was the extent of what we talked about.
Okay. So you believe you got the vendor list, you got donor list. Who did you get? Who got you the donor list?
I mean, again, they're publicly available, but the campaign pulled them for us. I believe it was her, yeah.
Did she send that to your email?
I believe so.
Okay. So I don't know if this this was pulled from your email searches, right? Did you find any donor lists? Or maybe your lawyer knows, unless you haven't looked at it. Do you know if you have donor lists that were sent to you to your personal email?
I believe that's one of the documents we reviewed.
Yeah,
Double
I mean,
check
just
too.
answer the best of your recollection. You don't need to talk about, whatever
Gotcha.
reviewed, but to the best of your recollection.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. So vendor list, donor list, information from through anything else that you gathered?
That's the extent of it, I believe.
And did you do anything with any of that information?
No.
And so did you know that some of that information, particularly relating to Jumaane Williams, the connection, was in drafts of the letter that you were forwarded? Are you aware of that now?
I was aware of that when the New York Times story came out.
But you don't remember the information you were gathering making its way into this other letter?
No.
Okay. Any other statements that you remember working on about or being involved in about Lindsay Boylan?
I mean, I think there's a couple other stories in between December and the Medium Post where she spoke to reporters about a hostile workplace. And I may have been involved in drafting some.
Yeah, I mean, if you can look at tab 28 of binder 2.
Yep.
And the bottom it says she's a disgruntled former employee who quit after being counseled on multiple harassment complaints against coworkers and subordinates. She later asked to return to chamber, and that request was not granted. It's sent originally from you. Did you draft this statement?
I believe I did.
And do you know if it was ever issued?
I don't think it was.
What discussions do you remember having about this statement?
I think it was. She was not a big part of the story. I was comfortable certainly saying what's been out there already on the record, and I think that required the proper context of it. There's apparently a discussion, and I don't think my view prevailed.
And in this chain, you write it. Steve Cohn make some edits, it looks like, in all caps, right?
Mhm.
And then you write back saying he did not, he read it to me. What's meant by that?
I'm sure that was the reporter. I'm sure that was the reporter summarizing what he was quoting her saying in the story.
I see. You're saying, because it's not, at least the chain doesn't give context for what you mean. You think there may have been like other text, you may have been talking on the phone, or
I could have
just
also
out of the blue it says
responded
he
to
did
her.
not, he read it to me. So,
It could be in response to another chain. I don't know.
but it sounds like,
But
so
like-
you're saying the article, the reporter read it to you so that you have, and this statement would be in response to whatever it is that's read to you. Or
Correct.
to be included.
Correct.
And then you
I'm
see
sorry, Jim.
Melissa DeRosa adds some people, and then Josh Vlasa says, please don't send this, please, please, please. Do you know why Josh Vlasa didn't want this thing to be sent?
I don't, but you know, maybe if this is an article about a hostile workplace, maybe I thought the response was too hot.
And but you didn't agree.
Again, it's nothing that hasn't already been out there. I honestly think context in these instances is what's needed.
But you think you ended up not sending this?
I don't believe it, and I ended up not. I could be wrong, but I don't believe I did.
And in your view, this type of a statement is not something that could be viewed in any way as vindictive?
I think it's merely correcting the record.
So it's 1:05. Does it make sense to take a quick break for lunch?
Sure.
I don't want to make people wolf down food too quickly, but I can eat pretty quickly, whatever.
Let me go off the record first.
Yep.
Okay. Stand by. The time is 1:06 p.m. We are going off the record. This will end media unit number 3. Stand by.
Recording in progress.
Time is 1:36 p.m. We are back on the record. This will be the start of media unit number 4.
Okay. So do you remember, Mr. Azzopardi, in February of this year, Lindsay Boylan issued a Medium piece with additional details about her allegations?
I did.
And how did you first learn about that?
Somebody from my office flagged it for me.
By your office, you mean the press office?
Correct.
Okay. And so they saw it when it was actually posted?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do after you learned about that?
I believe I was working from home that day. I ran to the office, and roughly the same group convened. I think sans a couple people to discuss the response.
And roughly the same group, can you tell me who you remember convening?
Melissa, Peter, Danny via phone, I think Liz, I think Pollock, Judy, Beth, Linda. So we discussed the response with council.
And at that time, did you or anyone else, to your knowledge, do anything to verify the truth of any of Lindsay Boylan's allegations that were set forth in greater detail in the Medium piece?
We looked at the post. We tried looking at contemporaneous information. someone discussed with the governor. She gave a detail that involved a plane ride and an approximate date and time. We looked at the records to see who she was on the airplane with, and we called them up. We called up these people to see what their recollection was.
Okay, let's take that one at a time. You said someone spoke to the governor. Do you know who spoke to the governor?
I don't know.
And was the answer conveyed back to you?
I believe the answers conveyed back was very similar, is that he didn't harass her, these incidents didn't happen.
Was the answer that none of the incidents that she alleged happened?
I believe that's right, though. If there's a document that goes through what the response was, and you think it would be beneficial for me to review, I'd like to review it.
Okay. I don't know if we have a document that goes through the responses item by item. So.
Okay.
Do you remember whether there was any specific discussion about the allegation that the governor had kissed her?
I believe there was I believe we talked about it in consultation with counsel, and then I think you saw our final product.
And any discussion about any reporting back of what the governor said about that?
I believe that was done within council, but I think our final statement reflects what came back.
How about any discussions about, there was allegations that the governor had shown Lindsey Boylan like a cigar box that had been given to him by President Clinton. Any discussion about that you remember?
Inside the group, that was with council, but I can tell you that I have seen the governor give that tour before to a variety of people, myself included.
And by that tour, meaning what?
This is like the bust of Robert F. Kennedy. This is the William Jennings Bryant poster that influenced some of my campaign posters. Here's some pictures of me and HUD. Here's a tchotchke I got from Bill Clinton. Here's a cigar box I got from Bill Clinton. He's given that tour to reporters. He's given that tour to guests. He's given that tour to staff members when it's like a quiet moment. Mm-hmm. I will say I'm familiar with that tour that he's given to men and women, staff members and visitors.
So that aspect of what she said, that having been shown the cigar box of Bill Clinton, that was not something that, in your view, seemed wrong or incorrect.
I don't know if it happened when she said she did, when she said it did. I don't know what the circumstances were. If it happened, if it didn't happen, but I am saying something a very similar tour seemed to be the standard. It seemed to be standard in my recollection, in my experience.
Did you have any personal knowledge of any of the incidents or events that Lindsey Boylan included in her Medium piece?
On its face, I'm going to say I did not. But is the Medium piece in the documentation? I could look at it.
Yeah, it should be. Is it, Hayat? It may be in the media mentions. No, it may not be in all the media because I don't think you mentioned it. But we can pull it up. But why don't we walk through it, and then some of the other questions, it may be in some of the documents we do look at.
Okay.
But sitting here today, you don't remember saying, "Oh, I was there," or "I wasn't there," or personally having knowledge of any of the allegations.
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay. And then, so you said counsel was involved was that again Judy Mogul and Beth Garvey?
And I believe Linda Lace well.
And Linda, okay. And then what did you decide to do after you met?
We put out a statement from our office denying her allegations of sexual harassment. We put out a subsequent statement about one of her concrete allegations that actually had a real time stamp on it that we were able to look up from those who rode on a plane with her during the month of October 2018, saying that the governor's comment to her that she reported did not happen.
That was the mention of playing strip poker?
That would be the one.
And who reached out to the individuals?
I did.
Each of them?
Yep.
And what did you ask?
Here's what Lindsay said. Do you have any memory of this happening? To the one they said no. And then I said, is it possible that that could have been said and he couldn't have heard? They said no. The plane is really small. You hear all the conversation that goes on everywhere. We would have remembered that. And I said, would you be okay if it'd be okay signing a statement that said so? They said yes.
And they said that the plane is a plane where you can hear everyone talking?
I've been on that plane, sir. It's a sardine can.
And did you reach out to any state troopers?
I don't think so, but the state trooper would have been further away.
What do you mean by that?
I believe they would have been further away in the seat. The state trooper usually sits on the bench seat behind, and then there's four seats up front.
Okay. Did you do anything about? Did you or others look through Lindsey Borland's other prior tweets and do anything about that?
Did we do anything about the prior tweets?
Yeah.
We looked at her prior tweets. Yeah, there is a time. We did assemble a timeline of her tweets. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And what did you do with that after doing the timeline?
I don't think I disseminated them widely, but I did try to talk through some context with reporters. It's possible I sent them. I don't know. I don't think they were all that interested in it.
And what was the context that she had said positive things about the governor?
The prospect, when she left, her problem was not with the governor. Her problem was with the staff. I know she had her issues. She tried to get her job back. They said no. She was outwardly supportive of the governor publicly. No one asked her to be. Proud of the work that she thought she had a hand in that was advancing. She tweeted encouragement. Nobody asked her to. And then she decided to run for office. When you're running in a Democratic primary, there is a certain lane for people who don't particularly like the governor. It's an easy one to get into. And that's when the attacks started, and that's when the steady drumbeat started. And then there'd be times where there were times she'd go on these weird storms at weird hours of the day. And then the attack. Then when the governor made. No, the rest of it's all been on the record. If I don't have to repeat it if you don't want me to.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And how about were there discussions about threatening tweets or messages she had sent to people in the executive chamber?
Yes.
And what was the discussions about that?
I think I started to talk about that before, but I'll finish it. At some point, she decided. At some point during COVID, we changed the ballot access restrictions. That made it easier to collect less signatures to get on the ballot. She took that as a personal affront to her that she thought made her job easier. She texted both Danny and Rob Mojica, and was like, I know this. I know you did this. Something along the lines of you. I know you did this to hurt me. That's okay. Retribution's coming, or something along those lines. I don't have the text in front of me. And then she did that. Subsequently, she started texting. She started emailing people like and John Majori, who hasn't been with us for like a year. And Danny, and I think Rob and some others about how they were horrible people, who like out of nowhere, horrible people that enabled harassment. These particular people were not involved in the initial complaints to her, the initial complaints against her. I think they tried to keep in touch with her, to be as friendly as possible with her, and like out of nowhere, she's like threatening us. And then I see her and by the way, she's also been like, anybody who speaks up in our defense, she like threatens online. Of course we keep an eye on it. Everybody in the world sends them to me, I don't know how responsive that was to your question. I don't think we necessarily. I think I lost track. Did I answer it or no?
What if anything was decided to be done on the text messages that she had sent to the people within the chambers, Danny Lieber?
At some point, I believe we did shop them to reporters to see if they'd be interested in it. At the time, this wasn't around the Medium post. This was before that. And at the time, they basically said she's a one-day story. So no, they weren't interested in them.
Then were they more interested after the Medium post, or?
By that time, I don't think they ever saw the light of day. So I don't think so.
Why didn't they? Well, why didn't you?
I'm sorry, what?
Why didn't you? Oh, I see. You did shop. It just didn't see the light of day.
It didn't see the light of day, yeah.
Okay. If you can turn to tab 4 of binder 1.
You know what? I have a tab 1, I have a tab 2, I have a 3, and then I have a 5.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, hold on.
Oh no, sorry,
binder
one.
one?
No. We're on the same boat. We don't have an.
Yeah, I think we're missing the 4, but maybe there are 2 docs maybe behind 3. You would just let us know what.
Or why don't we can display this one. I don't have it.
Yeah, I see him.
Well, this may just be tab 3.
The text. I see the text. And
That's
the
tab-
tweets.
Yeah,
I
but
see the tweets.
does it start with Liz Smith at the top, or?
Hold on. Yeah, this may just be tab 3. No, this is an email from Melissa DeRosa dated February 24th.
Yeah, there's a response to that. So you know what? Why don't we can you post tab 4 to binder 1, or just put it up? So I think what you just saw was the one on the bottom.
Yep.
Lindsay continued to tweet positive things. And then you see below our text messages, Lindsay Boylan sent 2 top members of the administration after the governor signed an executive order truncating the petition period.
Yep.
And you see that Liz Smith says, I think the tweets with no fingerprints OTR are fine to pass along. What does she mean by no fingerprints OTR?
I mean off the record.
You mean off the record or on the record? It means off the record? They're both
It means off the record. Correct.
I would lay off the other stuff because it only points back to the governor's office and reinforce bully storyline.
Yes.
So what do you remember this being Liz Smith's view?
I think she wanted to be careful. I think she wanted to be careful. I don't agree. I personally don't agree with that sentiment, but Liz is smarter than I am.
But at this point, you did, or what were the texts also provided, passed along?
I'm sorry, can you go back? What's the date in that email?
February 24.
February 24th. My recollection is that we provide the text to reporters much earlier, in between, if they were shopped around again after the Medium piece. I don't remember. It doesn't mean it didn't happen though.
And what's her reference to reinforce bully storyline?
All of the hostile workplace stories that have been going out. At this point, we're getting it from every side.
But is that a view you shared or no? That
No,
reinforce the bully storyline?
no, I personally didn't, but I respect Liz and her opinion.
All right, we'll put that down. And then if you look at tab 5, the immediate next tab. It's that same day, February 24th, Josh Blastow sends you the copy again to your personal email address of the prior documents.
Yes.
Do you know why he sent it to you that day?
My recollection is that Linda wanted a copy of what I sent out, and I just didn't have it. And I thought on the off chance he may still have it, so he sent it to me. I sent it to Linda, is my recollection.
I see. Linda was asking about what did we send out, and you didn't have it.
She just wanted a copy of it with the redactions. It's not, obviously we have the actual file.
And was she planning to send it out again, or she just wanted it, or
She's not involved with press, sir. No.
Is she not involved in press at all?
She doesn't talk to reporters, but she does give advice.
I see. And then if you go to tab 8, it's the same thing, but then you forward it to yourself on March 8th. Do you remember why you forwarded?
Looks like I forwarded to my government email.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What was the...
So the one we're looking at is tab 5 and tab 8.
Yeah, no, I'm looking. It's a lag of a couple days. I don't remember, but I put it in my government email. Is there a subsequent one?
No, we didn't see it. So you don't remember why you were forwarding it to your government?
No. I assumed at that point I forwarded it to Linda. Or maybe she needed it again. I'm speculating at this point.
Okay. Can you look at tab 17 of this binder?
Yes.
And this is
He's currently my deputy in the press office.
Got it. So this is texting you. MDR asked squad to circulate the Stasi piece defending governor. The folks don't feel comfortable, and folks don't feel comfortable with that. If she just wants it pinned to him, they will handle, but not sending it wide. Do you know what this is a reference to?
Yes.
What is it talking about?
Well, the Stasi piece was a piece defending the governor. Linda Stasi is she's a well-known columnist. I guess Melissa did ask my team. I made sure she read it. I think she asked the team to send it wide to everybody on clips. The junior guys in my press shop, I think there were some younger staff members who were close to some of the complainants, who had a very firm view of what happened and was trying to and sided with their friend. I get it. And I think the kids in my shop, these are all younger people, sir, were worried about circulating anything that seemed to be defensive of the governor, and that would anger their coworkers. I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that was a not real sentiment, but like that is my interpretation of what it was. Like,
and so do you know how this was resolved? How?
I don't.
And who conveyed
I don't.
that?
I'm sure. I'm sorry. I'm sure. I'm sure the governor eventually saw the piece.
And did you have any conversations with Peter or anyone else about who felt uncomfortable about it?
No.
Did you speak with anyone directly about whether they felt
I did talk to my staff. I did talk to my staff. I mean, listen, before this, you had the matter involving nursing homes that also came down sort of contemporaneously. I asked them if they had any questions or concerns to come to me. You throw around words like, investigation or EG inquiry, that stuff sounds scary. But, we got a job to do. If you don't feel comfortable doing it, we could talk about it. But, that was the extent of my conversations.
Did anyone come to you?
Yeah.
Who came to you?
This woman named who was on loan from Oasis, the state agency, to help out with the COVID response. She said, you know what? This is all crazy. I'd rather go back to my agency. I said, okay. I had another coworker, who.
What's the last name?
I don't remember, to be honest with you. I could have my attorneys follow up if that's important to you.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to know.
Okay. And had somebody else come to me who had a daughter, and who just had a daughter and like wasn't comfortable and told me she was going to pursue other jobs. I said, okay, let me know if you need anything. She actually ultimately decided to stay.
She came to you after the nursing home stuff, or this?
After the harassment stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I was very supportive, but ultimately she decided to stay for. I think we provide more flexibility than some other jobs she was looking at.
And what's her name? Got it. Anyone else?
Who I talked to before. She was a slightly different circumstance. She was committed to us, was committed to the team, but she had.
Anyone else?
So I mean, that's for the most part. I think specifically about this, I think that's it. But This also comes after the counselor. This also comes after a very long year where we didn't sleep, where every day was a tragedy. So a lot weighed on us at the same time.
When the MDR asked Squad to circulate the Stasi piece defending the governor, who had she asked to circulate it to?
We have a press list. We have a press. Yeah, it's not like a press list like you blast out a press release, like an internal piece internal press list of people who you send clips to as they go, so you know what's going on during the day.
And then who was on that press list?
The chamber.
Everyone in the chamber?
Chamber and commissioners, yeah.
And commissioners, I see commissioners of different agencies?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it's like the chamber and the quote unquote cabinet, so.
Okay. Can you take a look at the tab 61 of binder 2?
Yep.
So this one looks like a series of emails where there are particular points that looks like you're working on finding responses or drafting responses to a New York Times report. Is that right?
Yep.
And something like this, and then there's in all caps or in some other way, identification of how you're going to respond. And the first email in this chain is Melissa DeRosa. She fills out things like, off the record, how would Lindsay know who released it? Fixated on her characterization of him, off the record this or that, or on the record this or that, from a spokesperson. Is this something, how does something like this get drafted? Is Melissa DeRosa taking a first crack at how to respond and forwarding to the group for comment? Or
sometimes.
Is that,
or
does something like that usually follow like a meeting? Or I guess first, if you have a particular recollection of this exchange.
I think we definitely talked about it. With roughly the same group. We definitely went through it on the phone. We definitely threw stuff around. We needed to tried to figure out what we've answered previously, what we haven't answered previously. And it looks like she probably took a first crack at this answer. That's not atypical. Sometimes it's her, sometimes it's me, sometimes it's Peter. So is this? I'm sorry, sir. Is this the Ronan Farrell piece we're looking at?
I think this one's New York Times. I think Ronan Farrell comes later. Oh wait, hold on. Is this March? Oh, this could be actually. You know what? This could be the Ronan Farrell, because Ronan Farrell piece comes out.
Yeah, I believe this is the piece. Yep, this is the piece.
Okay, so you're being told by the reporter, or if it's Ronan Farrell, like, here's things I'm saying. What's your response?
Correct. And then I believe we talked these all through by the phone. And then we tried to fine tune answers.
And it's usually this was a common group for this subject matter. It sounds like Melissa.
Correct.
Okay. And at this time, I mean, Linda Lacewell is the superintendent of DFS, right?
She also was in the chamber doing work in COVID relief.
And was Linda Lacewell this involved on a regular basis on subjects other than the sexual harassment issues?
COVID issues, other, there may have been something else that's come up too.
How about prior to COVID?
Prior to COVID, I'd call her a lot. And soundboard off her. She was the chamber's risk officer and compliance officer for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
So we do greatly value her opinion.
Okay. And so if you look at the third page of this, and one of the comments is she reiterates her claim that the governor kissed her on the lips in 2018, and the proposed response at this point is from a spokesperson, this is not true.
Yes.
When it's from a spokesperson at this time, what does that mean? Does that mean you?
Could be me, could be Peter. Like I said, Peter negotiated this one. I have no problem putting my names in anything that I believe to be true.
At this point, it could be Peter or whoever is the lead on responding to a particular article.
Correct.
When it says this is not true, presumably this is the type of thing that would be checked with the governor, since he's the one who would be able to fact check that.
This had been checked with the governor previously. That is our answer.
And then, do you remember, in connection with these draft answers, Beth Garvey writes back, "We don't have to make news with that answer. It can be spun as retaliatory." See that? Do you know what she was referring to?
I think she was referring to my statement.
Okay. And your statement was after Ms. Boylan's tweets in December, she and her lawyers, members of the press, began reaching out to former members of the chamber, many of whom never worked with her. These former members of chamber called to let various staff people know and convey that they were upset by the outreach. As a result, we proactively reached out to some former colleagues to check in and make sure they had a heads up. Is that the statement?
I don't think that's the one. I thought there's another one I saw. Maybe that is the one. I really thought there was another statement made here that was similar to the last one we were talking about.
And do you believe, and so,
Okay.
what did you think? It may, I mean, it's not clear to me what part she's referring to. So she just says we don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought she was talking about this is in reference to my previous comment about maybe reiterating harassing staff. So I actually don't know. The argument seems to be about this statement, but I'm not really tracking it.
And do you remember having a discussion about making sure you're not doing anything that would be considered retaliatory?
Well, that would probably be a discussion with council.
All right, if you want to,
Beth's statement here says it could be spun as retaliatory. It doesn't mean it was retaliatory. It's my reading.
If you want to look at tab 62.
62, you said?
Yeah, 62. That same binder.
Okay.
And here again, Beth says, in another email exchange on the same topic, I spoke to Melissa earlier. I think she agrees we shouldn't give news to this story if there isn't any in the statement. Keeping it to prior statements can't create new exposure, retaliation. Note her tweets, civil suits. This is safest. Any discussion beyond this that you remember about things you say being potentially retaliatory?
No, I'm sorry. I don't have it. I don't recall any.
Okay, if you go to tab 67, this looks to be either, I don't know if that last one was in response to Ronan Farrow. This one definitely looks to be, because it says New Yorker fact check, right?
Okay.
And the first one, the first fact check is new information added in the last hour. On the day that Lindsey Boylan was tweeting back in December, allegation of harassment, there was a group of people helping with the gov with comms related to this incident. They were planning a call to discuss the tweets and how to respond. MDR, Rich Azzopardi, Peter, Jamie, and Steve Cohen. The group was exchanging tweets, and a group email was circulated to plan a call. We were on email planning a call to talk about the tweets. And then in all caps, it's disputed this, discussing with editors. What is that a reference to?
I don't know. That's a question for Peter. I don't know what that means.
But presumably disputed this, discussing with editors, say it looks to be saying we're disputing this. We're going to discuss it with the editors.
You know, I think I know what it is.
Okay.
I think Peter may not have been part of the first call in December.
Mm-hmm.
He may have been some of the emails. He may not have been part of that first call. You know, just like in this piece, I pushed back against being part of the Lindsey Boylan letter.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what he was disputing. The facts that they had were a little bit less than precise, if I'm jogging my memory. So.
But it is true that there were text chains and group discussions responding in terms of how to respond to a tweet, right?
Counselors, you know, we spent several hours talking about just this. So
yeah,
yes,
that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think Peter was, just as I was sensitive about my alleged involvement in the letter, which wasn't true. I think he himself may not have been a part of that first call or series of calls, and I think that's what he was bumping up against.
Do you remember that he was not part of that in the beginning?
I remember he was upset about one aspect of the article he got taken out, and I believe this was it. You know. Exact group. I told you the people I remembered. The day is a blur. I know at one point Peter was involved, but he may not have been part of that first series of calls.
But if you go to, because if you go to some of the texts that we were going through earlier, he is on some of them.
Yeah, but you know, I think if you look through a lot of texts they got from me, I'm on them. You know, am I participating in them? Are others participating in them a lot more? I think it was the call. I think that's what he was disputed. You really gonna have to ask him though, but that is my memory.
In tab 69, which we looked at earlier, we won't cover the same ground again, but about the letter. The earlier part of it talks about the mean girls. Was that a term that you had heard used? Mean girls?
No.
You'd never heard it?
No, not. I had not heard it at the time. No. You do understand during that time I was in Albany a lot, and it just sounds like a lot of stuff that happened in the city.
I see. So you were, you've always been just in Albany.
I've gone back, and I now travel back and forth much more than I used to. I was in the city office occasionally. Certainly haven't been the last year and change for reasons. But I live in Albany. You know, my primary job has always been to deal with the Albany press corps. So no, I hadn't heard this before I was asked about it.
And pre-COVID, where did the governor spend most of his time?
Yeah, Westchester, and he was and worked out of the city office. And about a year before COVID, he moved to Albany full time.
And then once he moved full time, though, you would once he moved to Albany full time, is that where Melissa DeRosa, Stephanie Benton, and the other senior staff worked out of Albany?
Stephanie lives in the Albany area as well, and she traveled. Yeah. You know, they mostly moved up here. But in just flacking these stories, it sounds like a lot of like this type of stuff was was based out of stuff that happened a couple years ago when everything was more city based.
But you had, until prior to Ronan Farrow's article, you had not heard of the mean girls being used to describe certain people in the senior staff.
They were earlier articles than Ronan's.
I see, earlier articles, but relatively close in time. Before that, you had not heard people referred to as the mean girls.
No, and that's a characterization I would dispute personally, but we can talk about that.
Yeah, I'm just asking you whether it's a term that you had heard used before.
I know.
Okay. Do you know? So when did you first meet Charlotte Bennett?
Late 2018, early 2019. Must have been when she first started.
Okay. And how did you meet her?
She joined the briefing team, and we traveled to an event together.
And how much interaction did you have with her while she was working in the executive chamber?
Not very much. Not very much. I didn't really, despite the fact I did cover an event up until recently. You know, the briefing team, to the extent the briefing team and the press team work together, it's usually based upon events. That wasn't really anything I was part of planning in.
So she was based in New York in the beginning. City.
I don't know where she was based out of.
Okay. Did you have more interaction with briefers who were in Albany versus New York City, or is it just you didn't, in your day-to-day, you didn't have a lot of interaction with the briefers?
Didn't have a lot of interactions with them.
And did you have occasion to observe her interactions with the governor?
I have not.
You've never seen the two of them interact?
They were, again, only during that one trip where we flew to, I believe, Jones Beach and Shirley Chisholm Park. But she had just started.
Mm-hmm. And have you had any sort of conversations with Charlotte Bennett, one-on-one?
I don't believe it. I don't believe I have.
Mm-hmm. How about in group settings? Have you spoken to her at all?
If I have, they weren't really remarkable.
And at some point she left the executive chamber, right?
Yes.
Do you remember learning that she was leaving?
No.
Okay. Did you learn about her leaving before her allegations about sexual harassment?
I heard she left, but no.
I see. So you just, at some point you heard she left.
At some point I heard she left.
And
I
what
thought
did
it
you
was
learn?
for a job at DOH or something. I vaguely remember a goodbye email sent around.
I see. Did anyone talk to you about it?
No.
You just remember seeing her goodbye email?
Yes.
And so did you have any knowledge about why she left?
No.
Obviously, you're now aware of the allegations she has made. Fair to say, based on what we've talked about, you don't have any personal knowledge about any of her interactions with the governor.
I do not, sir.
And any, actually, so then why don't we move to sort of when you first learned that she had or was going to make allegations, sexual harassment allegations against the governor. What do you remember of when you learned that and how?
I got a call. Jesse McKinley from the New York Times sent me and Peter an email Friday night that I think the team started going through for a story that was going to publish sometime on Sunday.
I see. So similar to some of these emails we've seen where he sends in an email, what they're going to say, and essentially is asking for a response, if any, to particular.
Correct.
Okay. So what did you do when you got that?
I forwarded to Melissa. I'm sure I forwarded to Beth, Linda, Judy, and Peter. If I didn't do what Peter did.
Mm-hmm. And then what? Were there calls or what happened?
There were conference calls, consultation with counsel. You know, where we started to try to get facts where we can get them, and we started to draft a statement.
And was the governor involved in any of those discussions?
I don't remember if he was on these particular group calls. Obviously, he was consulted at some point, not by me though.
And did you learn whether what the governor's position was with respect to the truth of the allegations?
Not at that time. We had the subsequent conversation. That was the consultation with counsel.
I see. The conversation we talked about in the mansion, preparing him for speaking publicly about it. So other than that, you didn't come to learn or what the governor's position was with respect to the truth of the allegations.
The only instance where I heard the other side was in consultation with counsel.
And when did you ever learn that that she had raised issues, you know, internally before going public with these allegations?
Only through the New York Times inquiry.
I see. How about internally, like from others in the executive chamber?
No, not before this.
I see. Oh, right. So as you're dealing with the inquiry comes in, you get on calls. Do you at some point learn
Yes.
internally that actually she had, you know, this had come up before and someone was aware of it, someone internal?
This is not, this, I have an answer, but this was during a conversation in consultation with counsel, and I do have familiarity with their version of events.
Their version meaning the council's version.
Correct.
So you're not going to get into the substance of what you learned, but you didn't know about it before the inquiry, the New York Times saying, here's something we're going to report.
Correct.
And so that's the first you knew about either the reason for the move when she left the executive chamber, or what was known prior to her going to the New York Times.
Correct. I think there may have been a tweet out there with Lindsay, but that like she was tweeting at her on something.
Yeah.
I didn't at the time. I don't think I knew what the relevance of that was.
At the time, I think it was either a retweet or a like or something that Charlotte Bennett did. Did that come to your attention, and did you do anything about it?
I didn't do anything. It came to my attention as odd through somebody who used to work here. But I didn't do anything about it.
You didn't? Did anyone consider reaching out to her, or?
I don't know.
You didn't discuss it with anyone?
I don't think so. I don't think that was relevant to me at the time.
Okay. So if you can turn to tab 35 of that second binder. So by the way, before we turn to this, so what is, what do you remember? So you have outreach from the New York Times saying, here's something we're going to say. You have group calls with some of the same people. You're saying counsel was there, so we won't get into substance. What's the decision that's made? What do you decide to do in response to the New York Times story?
I think we decided we need to have a statement. It had to be sympathetic. We had to figure out the appropriate tone. And I think a lot of that is probably reflected in this chain.
Okay, so if you look at tab 35, you see it's a statement. It's February 27, which is a Saturday. Do you remember this being on over a weekend that you had to do this?
Yeah, he called us on a Friday and the story published on a Sunday.
Okay, and she drafts. It looks like a statement draft. Ms. Bennett has every right to speak out. Second paragraph starts, when she came to me and opened up about being a sexual assault survivor, ... This is just sort of in first person. Was this intended to be a statement that was come from the governor?
Yes.
Is that what you remember that was being drafted, like a statement from the governor?
Yes. I believe that's what ultimately went out, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. If you look at tab 4 of the, you don't need to look at it, but binder 3, there's a statement from governor.
Okay.
Is it your understanding that that this statement had been run by the governor himself? Is coming from him?
It would have had to have been.
But you were not part of the.
No, I don't believe I made the call on this one.
Okay. And then the statement from Beth Garvey. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then and were you part of drafting that?
I was part of this chain. I gave some suggestions to it. I believe I made some edits. But you know, I generally agreed with the tone and of the substance.
But with respect to what Beth Garvey, with respect to any of it, you did not have any personal knowledge about either the interactions with the governor or the matter being escalated to special counsel at the time and the transfer request, the subject of Beth Garvey's statement.
I did not, but again, there were conversations and consultation with counsel to try to drill down to the facts as we knew them, and I believe these statements are reflective.
Okay, so staying on tab 35, see Chris Cuomo is included in this exchange.
Yes.
Was he also on calls that on this subject of Charlotte Bennett?
I believe he was on at least one.
Okay, and what comments or contributions did Chris Cuomo have?
I think he generally agreed with the tone. I can't remember about this. I can't remember the substance.
And then you'll see if you go to the next tab, tab 36, these also include draft statements.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it's earlier in the day and Saturday. It's working its way through various people. And on the third page of this email, Saturday, February 27 at 8:05 a.m., Melissa sends an email, a different approach. And there's a draft statement that is longer and different.
Okay. Yep.
Where, you know, it talks about her being a victim of sexual assault, talking about speech she gave on sexual assault, and then her sharing personal information with the governor, now regretting it, felt uncomfortable. Do you remember discussions about this version of the statement?
I don't remember discussions, but my view is that this was the kernel that became the final statement, but it was split up.
And do you know if the information contained in this version also came from the governor?
I don't have direct knowledge if it did.
If you look at tab 39, now it's the following day, Sunday. And there's sort of another draft statement that's being discussed. Do you know what led to this sort of second statement?
I think there were, you know, pickup, follow-ups, more stories, a sort of merging of the Times story about Charlotte Bennett versus like some hostile workplace stuff. I think it was all becoming a bit of a feeding frenzy in the schmaz. We're getting a lot of requests for comment, I believe. So I think there was an attempt to try to put one clean thing out.
And how did the process of drafting this statement occur? Same thing, calls?
I think there was calls, there was questions, there was discussions, there was copy edits, there was talks about substance, all with counsel. You know, and I believe some version of this went out. I think some version of this went out.
Yeah, if you look at tab 6 of the other binder, tab binder 3.
Okay.
How involved with Chris Cuomo in the statements?
I mean, he gave advice. I think he, you know, he had general advice about tone, about how aggressive or not aggressive you should be in responding. You know, he's the governor's brother. You know, I'll stop before I stick to my commentary because I think you just want to answer your next question. Ask your next question.
Yeah. Can you turn to tab 45 in the first binder?
Also, June, whenever you hit a natural point, maybe we could take a brief break.
Yeah, well, probably like 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know if we have a 45.
We have a 44 and we have a 49.
In binder 1, you don't have 45? Okay.
Correct.
Can you, can we put up 45? So this is, I think it looks like text to you and others, you and Melissa from.
Mm-hmm.
Who's. And how well do you know?
He's a longtime friend.
Okay. How do you know him? From when did you meet him?
I think I met him before I met Melissa. Through living in Albany.
Okay. Did you ever just friends or work together?
Friends.
Or?
No, friends.
And if you look at the second page of this, talks about he sends a link to a tweet involving Charlotte Bennett, and then if you can go to the next page, Hayat, there's a long thing he writes about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and other things.
Where?
Remember receiving this?
Yes, and I believe Melissa called him and said, "Your heart's in the right place. Stop sending this stuff." You know.
What was this?
Some of it's a pep talk. Some of it's things to look into. I don't know, man. You know, there's a lot of stuff flying around the internet. I was getting barraged by free advice from a lot of people. He's a very good guy who I think was trying to be helpful.
So the things to look into, it looks like in the bottom it says, please have someone look into Charlotte. See that?
Yep.
And that's a reference to Charlotte Bennett having.
I actually don't know.
Were you aware that she had been a victim of sexual assault?
Yes.
You were also aware that was the subject of conversations she had with the governor.
So I've read.
And did you have someone look into any sexual assault allegations that Charlotte Bennett had made in college?
No,
Do you know if anyone else did?
I don't believe so, but I don't know.
Did you talk to anyone about looking into her experiences in college?
No,
How about looking into other things about her?
no,
You did not have any conversations with anyone?
I did not have any conversations.
Do you know what opposition research is? We can take down this.
I do, sir.
What's opposition?
Trying to do research, usually in the context of a political campaign, on information that can potentially be damaging to your opponents.
And did you do any such kind of opposition research, or, as you put it, researching for damaging information against Charlotte Bennett?
I did not.
Do you know if anyone did?
I assume not.
Why do you assume not?
I just don't think they would. And can I go back to for 1 second?
Sure.
Again, we told him to stop sending us stuff like that. It's not helpful. They noticed we didn't respond.
Okay. So the question
Right.
again, do you know, why do you think no one would have looked into Charlotte Bennett?
I guess I don't know, but I certainly didn't. I've never had conversations with him about it, with anybody about it.
How about Lindsay Boylan?
You saw, I think you saw what we looked into with Lindsay.
Right. How about any of the other complainants? Do you know if anyone had done or any discussions about opposition research on them?
I have not been involved with any such discussions, and I don't believe I've heard any such discussions.
How about the investigators in the current investigation?
Excuse me?
How about opposition research into the people who have been appointed to conduct the investigation on behalf of the Attorney General?
And the you, counselor?
Or anyone on our team?
I don't remember being involved in any such conversations.
Are you aware whether anyone was asked to do that?
I am not.
Are you aware whether Steve Cohn was asked to conduct opposition research into any of the lawyers appointed to do the investigation?
I am not.
You were not part of any such discussions?
Not that I recall.
Have there been any reporters asking you that question? Whether anyone
No.
had directed opposition research into the lawyers assigned to do the investigation?
Nope. No reporters asked me that question.
How about opposition research into the Attorney General?
Nope.
I think we can take a break here.
Okay.
Come back and should we do 2:55?
Sure.
Stand by. Time is 2:47 p.m. We're going off the record. This will end media unit number 4. Wait.
Recording in progress.
The time is 2:56 p.m. We are back on the record. This will be the start of media unit number 5. Council?
Do you remember at some point receiving inquiries about a person who was at Gareth Rowe's wedding who said that the governor had touched her in a way that made her feel uncomfortable?
Yes, Peter, I believe, actually dealt with that inquiry. I'm aware of it.
I see. So you were aware of it, but Peter was primarily dealing with that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so if you want to look at tab 42 in binder 2.
I think we have a gap there, June. We're at 39 and 44. We've got.
Okay. Maybe we just put up 42, Hayat. Maybe we just start with the first email at the bottom from New York Times, Jesse McKinley. So when something like this comes in, I think you want to scroll up a little bit higher, and Peter says, I think we have to refer to yesterday's statement. How does it work? Like you and Peter both get it. Do one of you talk about and decide who runs with it? Or
I think a lot of it has to do with triage. I was probably dealing with something else when it came in.
mm-hmm. Okay. Anything you remember about the back and forth in terms of how to respond to this one?
Not particularly. I mean, this one was just odd.
Any discussions with Gareth Rhodes about it?
If they were brief. I subsequently learned that the woman in question is a good friend of his wife's. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he wasn't happy. His wedding was on the front page of the paper. You know.
Are you friendly with Gareth Rhodes?
Yeah. Yes.
Any discussions about Gareth Rhodes or his wife coming out in support of her friend who was at the wedding?
No, we saw it. I mean, I don't remember him, but I do know his wife was supportive. You know, I wasn't gonna harangue him and put him between us and his family.
Do you know if anyone else did?
I don't know.
How about Karen Hinton when her allegations came out? Is that something you were dealing with?
The Washington Post story. I think Peter dealt with that, but you know, I'm aware.
Mm-hmm. What do you remember about how you learned about it and what you did in response?
This was a Josh Dawsey story from the Washington Post. Came in and around the same time as that Wall Street Journal story about analysts. I think it was the same weekend day. I took that one. Peter took the other one. We're both involved in the responses. You know.
Why don't you turn to? We can drop this document, Hayat. Why don't you turn to tab 7 of binder 1?
All right.
By the way, it looks like in this one, but in other emails, sometimes you draft things, either draft statements or things, and then send it to yourself. Is that something you do in practice, or what is What is that?
Usually when this happens, especially on a weekend, at home, if I'm going to type something, sometimes, especially if it involves links or something else, it's easier if I work on it from my iPad, which is not a government issue iPad, my personal iPad. And then I send it back.
So this is like
yeah.
these are draft statements and things that you're working on. And then in order to have it with at your work computer, you email it to yourself.
Also looking at this sort of thing, read this, global this, I was likely pulling up past statements on my iPad and sending them to my work, so, getting them in one order, getting them in nice order, and sending them to my work phone.
Mm-hmm. And like this thing where you write Ray Karen, you have a draft statement, Ray Global work environment, you have a statement. Language mail staff is attributed to governor. Is this something that you were just drafting by yourself, or do you think this was again, or not again, whether this was at the same time or after discussions with others?
This one could be either. If I'm looking at the email, it looks like I got the inquiry from the Washington Post. At some point it was Peter who was quoted in the Washington Post, so I must have handed this off at some point while I dealt with the other story.
You draft a statement, mail staff is attributed to the governor. I've been here more than 8 years, and I've never heard him use coarse language like that. That's a reference to you, right? You'd been there over 8 years.
Correct.
And coarse language like that, I think, is the reference on the earlier page to two male aides who worked for Cuomo over the course of his career, saying that he berated them with explicit language, sometimes calling them pussies, and sometimes saying you have no balls.
Correct.
And so you've never heard him say someone doesn't have balls?
I never heard him use vulgar language like that.
Okay, my question was, have you heard him say that people didn't have balls?
I'm sorry, I thought I was covering my answer. No.
Yeah, okay. And is the fact that you've never heard it, it's your belief that he would have never said it to anyone?
I can't say or didn't say anything that I wasn't around for, but that was the best response I had, considering how can you go around, even if you asked him, how can you recollect everything you've said in the entire life?
Well, did
and
you
that's
ask?
the best context.
Sorry, go ahead.
And that was the best context. I believe he was asked, and he certainly didn't remember that. But a blanket denial to something that doesn't have any sort of context to it or anything to track down, like I don't know what that would have done, or if that was. I thought the much more defensible clause was me and my personal experience.
And so do you remember specifically asking him whether he had ever said anyone had no balls?
It was either me or someone else ran this past him. I can't remember who.
Okay. I'm just looking through some of these other documents, see if it's worth showing you. If you can go to tab 49. This one relates
Binder one.
Karen Hinton.
Yeah, binder 1,
Yes.
tab 49.
Yeah, sorry, 49 binder 2, sorry.
Oh, tab binder 2, tab 49. Okay.
And this looks like an email where Amy Bertin sends you again sort of points about Karen Hinton.
Mm-hmm.
And she had made an allegation about when Governor Cuomo was HUD secretary, about how, you know, a hug that they had in a hotel. Remember that? And
Yep.
you have drafted a response, re Karen Hinton. This did not happen. Karen is a known antagonist of the governor's who is attempting to take advantage of this moment to score cheap points with made-up allegations from 21 years ago. All women have the right to come forward and tell their story. However, it's also the responsibility of the press to consider self-motivation. This is reckless. Had you asked the governor whether he had ever hugged Karen Hinton in a hotel room?
I didn't ask him directly. He was asked, though, I'm told.
By who?
Probably by Melissa.
Okay, and he said in your understanding, he said he had never hugged Karen Hinton in a hotel room?
That's my understanding.
And then there's talk about the statement that the governor had issued, that you had issued about Ron Kim.
Okay.
How did that come up? What was that about?
I'm sorry, the statement I made about Ron Kim?
Yeah.
Ron Kim went public about a phone call him and the governor had. He told mistruths and some lies in his version of that phone call. I was in the room when that phone call was made. I corrected it on the record.
And what were the mistruths or lies?
The governor did not threaten to destroy him. The governor did not say to feel his wrath. You know, like these are like specific things that got repeated over and over and over again, which just wasn't true.
Had you ever heard the governor threaten anyone?
No.
Have you ever heard him say anything that's threatening?
No. I mean, I pause because I hear, you know, I hear stories about it from the media about stuff happening, but never in my presence.
Have you heard of the recording where he compares says he'll compare people to child molesters?
That I became aware of.
Did you hear it yourself?
I heard it from the New York Times.
Did you consider that call in any way to be threatening?
No.
So in your mind, saying that you will compare someone to a child molester is not in any way threatening.
No, it was a tough call. It was a tough call. But you know, context is everything.
Don, this question is simply, in your mind, you did not consider saying that you'll compare someone to a child molester if they don't do what you want to be in any way threatening?
There was I have it. There's a distinction in my mind between threatening somebody and having a tough conversation and having a tough conversation with them. My version of that call was the latter. My answer to that one is no. I can talk more about it, but I have a feeling you don't want to hear about it.
Sure, you can tell more about you can talk more about how you think that's not threatening.
The context of the call was the WFP saying, okay, primary is over, you have the line, but you know, anybody who asks, I'm going to say, well, you're not as good. He's like, well, at least he's not the Republican. You know, after them running around the state for a year, questioning his Democratic bona fides and his progressive bona fides. They're going to say, fine, you could have the line, but you know, if anybody asks, we're going to say, well, at least you know, he's like this much better than a Republican, you know. And he made a comparison that, you know, was what it was. I don't think it was a threat, but I think it was a demonstration of how offensive he heard them.
So in that context, if because he compared them to a Republican, a response of saying that you will compare you to a child molester is not in any way threatening because of that context in your mind.
Yes.
Would you consider that bullying?
I consider that being forceful.
Okay.
I would consider that on the side of disproportional. But
you would not consider it bullying.
I would not consider it bullying. These are people who oppose us every cycle. We're not bullying them.
Have you heard the governor, in your view, bully anyone?
I don't believe he's a bully.
So if someone opposes you in every cycle, it's not bullying to say you'll compare them to child molesters.
Again, he was pointing out how crazy he thought their statement was. It was a disproportional response, maybe,
But not
but
bullying.
it's not being forceful is not bullying.
Being tough and forceful, that's all it is, right?
Yes.
When did you learn about Anna Liss's allegations?
When Jimmy Vilkine from the Wall Street Journal called me.
Okay, what do you remember him saying?
I remember saying, I thought I remember in my mind, I thought, wow, that's strange. You know, we had a conversation where she said the opposite, but I listened to what he had to say.
And then what did you do?
Got the team together. We talked about a response with counsel.
Okay. Actually, can we go back? Sorry, there's another document I wanted to show you on Karen Hinton. If you can turn to tab 26 in binder 1. And this may overlap between Anna Liss and Karen Hinton.
Okay.
So this is a chat exchange between you and Melissa DeRosa. It looks like you say, so we have what looks like a screenshot of a phone that gets cut off it says, can you call something? And in response, called. She did not, left a message. And do you recognize that? And do you remember what that was and what the cutoff parts maybe?
Are you asking me what the screenshot was?
Yeah.
It's me and her kidding around. She's very impatient. I was calling the editor to the Washington Post about something about the piece. I can't remember what it was. And she asked me repeatedly, did you call? Did you call? Did you call? Screenshot. Called them. She called. I'm sorry, I called 4 times in a row. She called. Then called again. Then she texted me. Then I sent her a thing. I was just saying, hey, lady, I'm doing my job, you know?
And who's called?
Screenshot, Rhoda Glickman. I think there was definitely people who worked with Karen Hinton at the time. At the time, contemporaneously, who she was very close with, who said that she never said anything about this hug. So to the extent that the Washington Post was interested in talking to them, we directed them to them.
And so and then
Yeah.
you said they spoke, KK, asked her to call.
I believe it's the chief of staff at HUD.
I see. And you ask another HUD person, and she says yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the next page,
Now,
go ahead.
Sorry. So whether they did or they didn't, I don't know.
And then on the next page, it says Gov called editor, and she says text. I'm on with Liz. What is that a reference to?
I was talking to either Josh or his co-writer, mentioned the governor did talk to the editor.
The governor called the editor
Uh-huh.
of the Washington Post?
Whoever, I think the editor who was on duty that day.
I see. And do you know what he said?
No, wish I did.
Is that something you did frequently, calling directly editors, papers?
He from time to time. On this one, I don't know if it's somebody he knew back from the HUD days or anything. I just don't know.
Okay. And then on the next page, you say Jimmy reached out, hostile workplace complaint from analysts, not harassment, but now thinks governor's actions are inappropriate. So is this real time? You're getting the call from Jimmy Vielkind and you're informing
Yes.
Melissa about it?
Yes.
And so what did you do about Annalise's allegations?
Same thing, I believe. We all got on the phone and we talked this through.
Same group?
Similar. Yeah, maybe a person or two less.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if you decided to respond in any way?
I believe it did respond.
And then at some point after that, did you come to learn that an executive assistant in Albany had alleged that the governor had touched her in the mansion?
Yes.
How did you learn of that?
Another press inquiry. This one from the Times Union.
And prior to the Times Union inquiry to you. Had you heard anything about that?
Not a thing.
Okay. So what do you remember receiving?
Got a call saying that somebody made a complaint when the last day or so. I went in and consulted with counsel.
And did you have an understanding, or did you gain an understanding of who it might be?
Yes.
Who?
Brittany Camiso.
And did you know Brittany Camiso?
Not well.
How often had you seen her?
She was an executive assistant during COVID. She sometimes ran the nurse's station when she wasn't an assistant in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, goodbye. That's it.
Any conversations you've had with her?
Hello, goodbye.
Had you ever seen any interactions between her and the governor?
Nothing notable.
And so what did you had consultations, including with counsel, and then what? Did you decide to issue a statement?
I think eventually that one was responded to by the governor's attorney.
Mm-hmm. Governor's private attorney?
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you tab. Oh, by the way, did you do anything to let me step back. Do you have any personal knowledge of the allegations made by that complainant?
I do not.
You do, or you do or do not?
I do not.
Okay. And did you do anything to inquire about the truth of her allegations?
I believe at a certain point, I alerted the right people, and at a certain point, this got handed over to the governor's attorney for them to work out.
So if you look at tab 54.
This is
What volume?
binder 1.
Oh yeah, sorry. Binder 2.
Tab 54.
Yeah, 5-4. There's an email from Stephanie Benton at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Says, as I said yesterday, I've never done anything like this. The details of this report are gut-wrenching and completely untrue. I'm not allowed to defend myself publicly because of the review, but I'm confident in the results of the Attorney General's report. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And it comes from Stephanie Benton. What was your understanding of what this was?
This is probably something from the governor.
Was it common for emails from the governor to come from Stephanie Benton?
I wouldn't say so. But in this one, I'm sure they wanted to get something in front of the group.
Right. So your understanding this was being sent to you as a possible statement that the governor would issue.
Something to get an opinion on.
And Steve Cohn says, take out completely untrue. Rich A version. See that?
I must have spitballed something as a starting point. But again, eventually it's got handled by his attorney.
Do you know why he said take out completely untrue?
I don't know.
And you said
I believe that was probably the lawyer. That was probably the lawyer and him talking.
And you said you had spitballed the statement. Did your statement include a denial of the allegations?
I can't remember. Is there a record of it?
I'm not sure if we've seen it, but
Okay. Maybe I said something over the phone. Maybe I said something through some other medium. But again, eventually this got taken out of our hands, and the lawyers just dealt with it.
How did you know that they were untrue?
Somebody talked to the governor, and he denied it.
You heard that? You heard that he denied it?
Yeah, and I believe we said as much.
Do you know if anyone had asked her?
At that point, she had gotten her own attorney, Mr. Kim.
Just a question.
And I
Do you know
believe
if anyone asked her
there
that?
was.
Do you know if
And I
anyone
believe there was.
spoke?
I think someone did talk to her attorney to attorney. I don't know the contents of that information.
And do you know what report, if any, was made of this allegation?
We had an obligation to inform them that if this is an allegation of a physical crime, to inform the attorney of their right to file a police report. They denied it, from what I understand. And I believe our counsel contacted Albany Police to alert them of the existence of the allegation. I believe they went back. My reading from press reports and from I think what was being thrown around at the time was APD reached out to the attorney and they declined to file a criminal complaint.
How did you learn all this?
Some of it APD said publicly. Some of it I believe I was told while we were considering facts.
If you want to look at tab 47 of binder 1.
When this is all over, Mr. Kim, I'd love to know. I'd love to know what the process was for determining the numbers here.
41. I can tell you, there's nothing scientific. We were putting together documents that we might show you, and we have obviously gotten it from multiple sources, so it's a little all over the place. We wanted to keep the sourcing the same and as opposed to chronological. And we all one set, binder 1 is stuff from you. Binder 2 is stuff from others. Binder 3 is media. So there is a method to the madness.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm on 41.
47.
47.
Oh, binder 1.
Binder 1. I don't know if we have a 47 in that one.
Okay, can we put that up? You know what? Sorry, hold on. Yeah, 47. Is that 47? My 47 is my 47 is a Thursday, March 11 text from Rich to Beth Garvey and Melissa DeRosa. RA 1929. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you write, I heard from a person familiar that Beth called the Albany police yesterday and pushed them to open a criminal investigation to alleged incident. The matter. I feel very confident in the source, and I'm writing a story. Please call. That looks like you are conveying a message from a reporter, right?
Either Brendan Lyons or Jimmy Bielkind or Jesse McKinley. All three called me at the same time, though I think Lyons called me first.
Mm-hmm. I see. So you're reporting what you're hearing, and then Beth Garvey is responding saying, "Pushed is not accurate."
Yes.
As required by policy and protocols. Was
Yep.
reported to law enforcement, they were referred to complainant's attorneys. Melissa adds routine alert following state mandated procedures. And then once you had this exchange, then would you call the reporters and convey this information?
I believe I did, and there was some formal statement we put together too. I think probably from Beth Garvey.
Yeah, I think it's tab 11 of that same binder 1.
Okay. Yep.
And this is again you working. You must be on your own iPad or something and writing to yourself.
Correct.
And if you can go to tab 55 in binder 2.
I mean, you're keeping all the good stuff, Counselor.
Huh?
I think we're missing 55.
Oh man, all right. 55 is a long one. So Hayat, if you can put up 55 and go to, maybe it's not that long. Oh, this one's not that long. Okay. It's a chat chain. If we can go down to 540 at the bottom. The base number 540. Yep. You go up a little bit. Go up a little bit more. Sorry. Okay, so this is a chat chain that you are on. I think RA is you. This is given actually in a cleaner format. Yeah. And various people. I think LL is Linda Lacewell,
Linda
MD is
Lacewell.
Melissa DeRosa, and various people.
Mhm.
And then there's a report about a shadow and that NY Gov Cuomo's office conducted its own investigation into harassment. And then if you scroll down, there's a comment from the lawyer. The attorney whose client has not filed a complaint asked that his name be withheld out of concern for revealing her identity. She remains employed in the governor's office. And you write, I'm dealing with this.
Mhm.
What do you remember about this? What were you dealing with?
My recollection and stuff starts spinning in weird ways here. Generally speaking, when you get a part of this as well, I believe it has to go through Goer as well. My converse has to go through Goer as well. I do have a question about privilege.
Okay, June, do you want us to just confer briefly on this?
Yeah, why don't we just stay on? You can go on mute.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, hang on one second.
Hi, Counselor. I was talking to Beth Garvey about how to deal with this. I'm advised by counsel that the contents of that conversation do fall under privilege. But I think there were some changes in that Times Union story that reflected our point of view.
And this that you consulted with her on was this claim that the Executive Chamber was conducting its own investigation?
Yes, which was a specious argument, and there was some back and forth, but it is subject to privilege that I'd like to tell you about, but I defer to counsel.
Okay. Then did there come a time when you learned of allegations that Caitlin was making?
I didn't know her very well. I saw that stuff in the context of the New York Magazine piece.
Mm-hmm. Did you know Caitlin?
I met her maybe once or twice. She worked briefly in the downstate office when I was definitely at the upstate office.
And any observations that you had of interactions between her and the governor?
None.
Did you have any knowledge about how she was hired?
No, not until the New York Magazine piece came out.
And then how about why she left?
Nope.
And then after the New York Magazine piece came out, did you have discussions with people about how she was hired?
Enough to formulate an answer in the piece.
And who did you discuss?
Which was that?
Sorry.
I discussed it. I'm sorry. I discussed it with the team. We consulted with counsel's office, and what was reflected in the piece, I believe, which was that she came highly recommended from at a time when we were looking for new people.
And had you heard that the governor had seen her at an event?
Only in the context of the piece.
If you look at tab 39 for binder 1.
Okay.
This text chain, Liz Smith says, I can't hear anything. Melissa, don't speak. Are you on? Liz Smith says, I've fucking lost it at the lumberjack. What is this? Is this a text chain while you're on a call?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think this was sort of one of the group calls that you were having at this time?
We knew this New York Magazine piece was coming out. We knew it was going to be long. We knew it was going to be slanted towards one perspective. And while getting the facts, I wanted Liz's 2 cents.
And Liz says on the second page, make it painful for her, guys.
Liz says that?
You see at the top of page 2?
This was the fact checker who was giving me very little time on the piece and just wanted to send me an email. I wanted a phone call so we can actually discuss what was in the piece. Figured there's some stuff we could just knock out while in a basic conversation. Or a reporter who was a fact checker who was writing a cover story about the governor. We all got very aggravated. She didn't want to talk. Instead, she wanted to send me an email and give me an hour to respond. We all thought that was not playing honest pool.
And make it painful for her as the reporter?
As the fact checker.
Okay. And then Liz Smith says, Rich, stop. You're being absurd. Find the right balance. What is she talking about?
Well, she'd say a sentence. I'd diagram the sentence. I'd ask her what she meant by that. I'd ask her what she meant with this. I think you find common cause with her today, Counselor.
Sorry. So this is, but what are you listening in on? Huh?
Nothing? You got nothing?
I'm just neutral. Just wanted to, I guess I'm trying to understand. Are Liz, you, and Peter and Melissa dialed into a call?
We're all talking. No, I'm on the phone with the New York, with the New York Magazine fact checker.
Actually on the phone, and they're listening in.
They're listening because I want their insight into how to respond to stuff, and the person called. She sent me an email, didn't send me specifics. Just said I'll send you something in an hour. I called her back. I got her on the phone and I said, "Can't we just talk?" She refused. It was a reporter who refused to talk, And then we finally got her to talk. And then, yeah, I may have been cross-examining some of what was getting reported a little bit more, to the point where Liz said I was talking too much.
I see. So she's telling you stop it, and then
Yeah.
That you were cross-examining her.
Yes. I thought I was being perfectly fine for what it's worth.
And then, did someone else take over the call? Peter or Melissa?
No.
Huh?
Nope.
And then Peter says she's muting Rich's phone when she does that. Melissa, I can hear you. I guess Melissa was talking. Were you guys in a room together or something?
We're in a room together, yeah.
I see. And what is at the end of it? Liz Smith's reaction is, "I'm having a panic attack. I can't breathe." What was going on?
Well, you see, here's one of the things where it was we're paid to be on the phone. This is a front page New York Magazine story that it was allegedly very highly It was very deeply reported. I got my own opinions on the piece. And then they referenced, and in the piece they referenced Linda Lacewell as Linda Lovelace, which if you look earlier, I stopped her in her tracks and she got mortified.
I see. So she got Linda Lacewell's name wrong.
Embarrassingly so.
Can you can we go to actually hold
on. June, are you? I guess when you hit a natural point, maybe we could take a brief break.
Yeah, I think this is a good time. And then I think just to give you a heads up, probably if we take a 5-minute break, maybe an hour more, I think we'll be done by 5.
Okay.
To give you, I can't promise, but that's what it looks like.
I'll do my best.
Okay. So 3:50, we'll get back on.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Stand by. The time is 3:46. We're going off the record. This will end media unit number 5.
Recording in progress.
The time is 3:56 p.m. We are back on the record. This will be the start of media unit number 6. Counsel?
Okay, can you turn to tab 36 in binder 1?
Okay.
This is a text exchange between Marina Villanueva and you?
Well, it's pretty one-sided.
Sorry, yeah, it's all from her, but it's to you.
Yes.
Who is she?
She is a correspondent from the AP.
And do you remember receiving this inquiry from her?
Not particularly.
She
I
asked,
think if you look at my records, she texts me a lot.
why is the governor calling up lawmakers to warn that calling for his resignation would or could threaten the AG's investigation? Is it your understanding that the governor was calling lawmakers and saying that?
Not particularly. Did I have a press request on us?
Yeah, she asks.
I know. I'm curious. She must have saw something on Twitter. That's usually where she gets her stuff from. Is there other documents? I can refresh my memory on this?
Not that I've seen or we've seen.
Okay.
You don't remember inquiring about that or becoming aware that he was doing that?
I don't. Not to say I didn't get inquiries. I just don't.
But I guess my question is not whether you got inquiries, but whether you knew, either checked with the governor or others in the executive chamber about whether he was doing that.
No,
Because you don't know one way or the other.
I don't.
Can you turn to tab 45 of the second binder?
Okay.
And in response to the statement that Charlotte Bennett's concerns were treated with sensitivity and respect in accordance with applicable law and policy, Bernadette has a number of questions about Judy Mogul and Jill DeRosier's review.
Mm-hmm.
And also has the question to you, to copying you and Peter. Why wasn't this complaint handled by Goer in the first place? Did the executive chamber break its own rules? Do you remember fielding that request?
Vaguely.
And what did you learn?
I think the decision was to let that question play out during this investigation, Counselor.
Did you inquire about whether the complaint should have been raised with Goer or reported to Goer?
I had a conversation about this, which was part of the initial response to Cheryl Bennett's initial complaint that was done with counsel.
So you're asserting privilege?
I'm asserting privilege.
Okay, let me, Hayat, can you show 35106? This is one of the documents we got overnight from Executive Chamber. And similar theme, this time from Josefa Velasquez, about the Cuomo administration flouting its own harassment policies. With respect to Goer, is it the same answer that any discussions about that would be privileged?
Correct. Any discussions about that with me would be privileged.
And then second, questions about the leaking of Lindsey Boylan's personnel information or the providing of it. Any discussions at this time in March in following up on requests like this that you can talk about in terms of what you learned about whether or not it's
Ultimately, I can't remember if it was in response to this inquiry, but ultimately an on-the-record statement from Beth Garvey was issued in consultation with counsel. That reflected the thoughts of the administration.
Did you sorry, let me just check. Had you received we can take that down. Yeah. Had you received inquiries from the media about the relationship between and the governor?
One.
At any point?
One.
Oh, one. Sorry, I thought you said when. When?
This would be the, I believe.
What did they ask?
They had some that, as they described it to us, it showed something that they turned out did not show. And had to go on the record denying a relationship with the governor. It's I know I've been keeping my answers short, but I imagine that was a mortifying experience for her.
Have you heard of any rumors other than that called you about the governor having a relationship with?
Political opponents tried to shop this around in 2018. It's not true.
How do you know it's not true?
I know. I asked her.
Okay. What did you ask her?
I asked her if this was true.
And what did she
that
say?
This has been going around. She said absolutely not. And it's also insulting and sexist that for someone to explain away a woman getting into a high power position like that, she has to sleep with her boss.
Have you asked the governor?
No.
Are you aware of the governor having relationships with any staffer or any state employee?
No, sir.
Have you asked him?
I have.
And when did you ask?
When we had to deal with this New York Post story, that was very, very, very flimsy.
Which New York Post story?
The one about him and Sandra was about 2 months ago.
And what did you ask him?
As part of the conversation, and we had to ask him directly, and if he ever had an inappropriate relationship or any relationship with a staffer. He said no. I may have asked him through his attorney. I just want to revise that. Sorry.
I say you asked him through his attorney?
We may have asked him through his attorney, yeah.
Which one?
Rita
Glavith.
Yep.
Prior to that, had you ever asked him, or do you know if anyone asked him?
Prior to that, he was asked publicly, and he said no.
Can you turn to tab 44 of binder 2?
Yep.
And this is an email from Liz Smith, or between you and Liz Smith, and copying Danny Labor and Melissa DeRosa and Peter Jamian. USA Today asking her whether she's part of the team advising Cuomo. She responds, "This would be bad." You say, "Yeah, don't." and she says this would be bad for my credibility and yours. What do you understand her to mean?
I mean that she was talking to reporters on the outside about what she thought about this. She didn't necessarily want people knowing. She figured it would hurt her credibility if they thought that she was talking, if that she was also giving us advice at the same time. She's kind of giving punditry.
I see. So was she also talking on the outside on the record, or?
I think no, reporters were calling her. Again, Mr. Kim, I go back to what I said earlier. Everybody in our world spends the entire day on the phone talking to each other. Probably not healthy, but that's what we do. Reporters, people on my side of the world, you know.
So was their view it was better for both her and your credibility that it not be known that she's consulting?
I mean, she's offering advice. I wouldn't call it consulting, but that's obviously her view. I'm pretty agnostic towards it because she was part of us anyway, and then she's seen as part of us. But you know, I'm not going to tell her how to do her business.
I know we've covered this ground in the context of other questions, but let me ask you about your observations from being in the executive chamber the years that you have. First, about the governor's conduct. Have you ever seen him hug anyone?
Yes.
In what context have you seen him hug anyone?
Guests, visitors, people I hadn't seen in a while, people at events.
Staffers too?
Less so. He sees those guys every day.
Sorry? He sees.
I said less. I said not really. He doesn't. He sees us every day.
How about kissing?
I've seen him kiss people on the cheek at events. Staff, and not staff, but like visiting. Visiting people, social situations. I mean, listen, he's the youngest of like the last generation of politicians that were like a lot more backslapping, a lot more gregarious, a lot more courtly. And I think he's actually addressed that times have changed, norms have changed, and he's going to be more careful. I slipped a little bit of that in, Counselor. I'm sorry. You can keep going.
And have you seen him kiss men and women?
I've seen him kiss men on the cheeks.
Who?
Like guys he's known for 20, 30 years, you know?
Like who?
Like a Ken Dowling type, you know? Like a Michael Dowling type, or Al Gore. There's a picture of him in his office kissing Al Gore on the cheek.
Have you seen him kiss anyone on the lips, in the mouth?
No.
Have you heard of him ever kissing anyone on the lips or mouth, or someone else seeing it?
No. To amend the last question, I suppose I have seen him kiss Sandra Lee on the lips.
Okay. Anyone other than Sandra Lee?
No.
Have you seen anyone sitting on his lap?
No.
And have you heard of anyone seeing that?
I heard that someone was spreading a vicious rumor about that.
Okay, what did you hear?
I heard that someone was saying that someone saw a staffer sitting on his lap at a Super Bowl party a couple of years ago. I was there. I didn't see it.
And where did you hear that rumor was being circulated?
Press during the height of the silly season.
In the height of the
They
what
said there was a
season?
photo. The silly season, the height of like us getting kicked in the teeth every day with weird stories about hostile workplace.
Have you ever seen him with his head in the lap of any staffer?
No.
And have you heard of anyone seeing or hearing anything like that?
No.
Have you heard the governor commenting on people's appearance?
Personally, me,
What did he say?
I hadn't seen him in a couple months. He'd been down. No joke.
And what did he say?
He was very impressed.
Other than you, have you heard him commenting on anyone's appearance?
No,
Have you heard him any
No,
call?
I think-
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's like, I've heard many stories in the media about it. I personally haven't.
Have you ever heard him refer to a staffer as being beautiful?
No.
Have you heard anyone say that he had said that?
Only in the press.
Do you know who this?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She used to work with me.
And did she ever say anything to you about the governor saying that to her?
No, I don't think she has.
Where is she now?
Last I checked, she was at the state education department.
Have you heard of the governor? Have you heard the governor ever comment on people's clothing?
He tells me I need a shoe shine. If I get a new pair of shoes, a new suit, he notices.
How about women?
I don't think I've seen, maybe occasionally he'd say, "Oh, you look nice today," but nothing crazier than that.
And have you ever heard him make any jokes or make any comments with sexual innuendos?
I have not. In person, both in loose private events and in the office. I just haven't.
Has he ever commented to you about trying to develop good one-liners for him to use in press conferences or otherwise?
Yeah, I'm usually not. I'm usually not that good at it.
Did he ever suggest or say anything to the effect of you should develop a line like, "Yeah, this is like sex without the orgasm," or something of that nature?
No.
You don't remember him saying
No.
that?
I don't remember him saying that.
Have you ever seen him or heard of him asking someone to sing a song?
No.
How about memorize song lyrics?
Nope. I read a written report in regard to that, but I have no knowledge.
Like, you mean press reports?
Yes.
How about commenting on people's sex drive? Have you ever seen him or hear him say that?
No.
Have you ever heard him joke or say to people, "Can you find me a girlfriend"?
Nope.
Have you heard him comment on anyone's tattoos or tattoos in general?
Yeah, I got some unfortunate ones.
Yeah. What? Sorry, I couldn't hear. And
He wanted to know what they were, and I'd explain to him.
how about any comments he's made to anyone else about their tattoos?
I don't think so. I don't know anybody who has visible tattoos that are in our chamber.
How about outside the chamber?
I'm sorry, counselor. I don't know. I don't think so. I have no idea.
Are you aware of any incidents where the governor met people and then asked that, you know, they find them through pictures and get them to come work the executive chamber? You heard anything like that?
No, I have not.
Have you ever heard him commenting on the size of his hands?
I have not. I read that report.
Other than that,
No.
have you ever heard him yelling at anyone?
He's yelled at me on occasion.
About what?
Oh, you know, some work products. I've gotten disagreements with him in the past. Sometimes he yells, sometimes I yell.
Okay. And anyone else?
I'm sure it's happened. Nothing crazy comes to mind.
How about get angry at anyone?
I mean, I've seen him get frustrated. Absolutely.
To whom?
Yeah. The staff, the others around him, you know. But I mean, sir, he's a human too. Sometimes people get frustrated.
And you've said that you haven't seen him throw anything at anyone.
I haven't seen him throw anything at him.
Or
No
harder.
apricots, no apricots, no bananas, no pretzels, no household objects.
You haven't heard of it.
I haven't heard of it.
What devices have you been issued by the executive chamber that you use?
I have a BlackBerry that I use. I have a computer on my desktop. Then I have an iPhone that I rarely use. It stays at home. I use it when my BlackBerry is being serviced.
And do you still use a BlackBerry?
I do.
And you use that to pin?
Yeah, I'm not a huge pinner though. If I need to talk to him, I pick up the phone.
And do you know if your PIN has been searched for documents responsive to our subpoena?
Whether my pins has been searched.
Or your BlackBerry?
My BlackBerry. My BlackBerry was actually being serviced when that thing came through. Computer services has it. I don't know if they're able to pull anything off it.
Serviced because of problems?
It's not working.
And did you ever get it back?
I got a new one. At some point, I believe, to cooperate with your investigation, everyone who had a BlackBerry had it taken, and they were issued new ones. At that time, I'd issued a new one.
I see. And you don't know if your old one was searched?
I don't know if they're able to get anything off it. That's a question for computer services.
But your personal iPhone was on, I understand it was on 30-day auto delete?
Correct.
Is that right?
I said correct. Did you ask a follow-up?
Yeah, I was saying, is that right? But we spoke over each other.
Yes.
And is that something that, well, why did you have it on 30-day auto delete?
You know, I didn't even know I forgot I had it. I believe 4 iPhones ago, back when storage was an issue. I was running out of space. Realized that text messages were taking up a lot of my space. I put on the auto delete then. I think it's like 3 iPhones later. Storage space is not really a problem anymore. But it remained on. You know, when phones get transferred, settings get transferred.
Were there any policies that you were aware of within the executive chamber about document retention?
Yes.
What policies are you aware of?
The chamber has a document retention policy that it's about 29 pages. It's publicly available. It lists all the documents that you should that should be preserved.
And were you complying with those requirements?
I was to the best of my ability.
And what is it your understanding what type of documents needed to be preserved?
Press releases, government orders, executive orders, documents and reports, things along those lines. Most of them, I would say I'm probably not the prime custodian of any of those.
But how about just exchanges with other people in the executive chamber about office business?
We follow the state archive policy, which was adopted by executive chamber, that by and large emails are the equivalent of Post-it notes.
Meaning what?
Meaning I don't routinely save them.
Were you the subject of any document hold or retention notices before?
I was yes.
What was that?
That was, I believe a hold was put in my system about a year ago and change, related to various civil suits related to pandemic procurement.
Mm-hmm. But when did you take your cell phone off of 30-day auto delete?
I got the document request. I sent it to the chamber counsel at the time. About a week later, we had a call about it. He told me to check
Rich, I guess you shouldn't get into what he told you. Maybe you can just, as a result of the conversation, what you did.
As a result of the conversation, thank you, Ed. As a result of the conversation, I checked my phone and the auto delete was on, which I wasn't aware of.
So
that I wasn't aware of. I didn't remember until he told me to look for it.
So it's recently, in connection with our document request, that you changed it to get rid of the 30-day.
Correct.
So during the period prior to that, when you were on a document hold, it had been getting deleted automatically.
Yes, but the litigation hold was just for my emails.
Didn't include text.
Nope. And I wasn't formally alerted to the litigation hold for quite some time.
And who had issued the litigation hold?
Our former counsel.
This was in connection with the various investigations into nursing homes, things like that?
No.
No, what was
this? I believe it was you should talk to her because I'm not a lawyer here, but I was told it was a civil hold in relation to prospective lawsuits.
About?
So COVID pandemic, like purchasing, procurement, anything else that may come up. I was told that was a proactive step she took, not in direct relation to any particular suit.
So you have not received any retention notice in connection with, for example, the nursing home related investigation?
I don't believe I'm a party to any of that investigation, sir.
Or any other investigation that's going on, other than ours?
You guys are number one.
Is there anything else that you think might be relevant to our investigation that you'd like to tell us? And also, as I said at the beginning, give you an opportunity to make a statement on the record. But I'll start with: is there anything else other than any potential statement?
I don't want to make my lawyer nervous, sir. I'm okay.
He doesn't get that nervous easily, Ed. So
I know.
Okay. How about you? Do you want to make a statement of any kind?
I don't think so. I think everything I would have said, I happened to slip into the testimony. Listen, I'm proud of the work I've done here. I'm proud of the people here. I'm proud of what we've done for the people of New York. I do think some of these complaints are politically motivated and are driven. I think I made those points a couple times today. I won't repeat every last instance to you. I think you understand what my perspective is.
Well, you say some of them are politically driven. You've clearly said a number of times Lindsey Boylan's. Who else do you think is politically driven?
Well, I think Karen Hinton's writing a book.
Okay. Anyone else?
I think the rest of them, you know, bear some investigation. That's why the governor authorized this investigation. And that's why you guys are doing the work you're doing.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. I'll conclude by reminding you that under Executive Law 63.8, you know, what we ask you and the information you've obtained through our questions is confidential. You should not disclose it to anyone. And if you think of anything, or if you need to come back to us with additional information, you know, you can contact your lawyer and he can get in touch with us.
Okay.
All right. Let me pause for a second to make sure Hayat, make sure I didn't miss anything.
I don't believe so. There's nothing on my end.
Okay. Thank you. And I know you're quite interested in the manner in which the binder was organized, but I think I told Ed before, the reason we sent it over, normally if we were in person, we would have shown it to you, share, and then taken it back. But you know, I'd ask for you to hand over your copy to Ed, and Ed, you can either just destroy it, delete it, destroy it, or send it back to us, whatever is easier for you, but that you not keep a copy.
Okay.
Anybody else? Stand by to go off the record. This concludes today's deposition of witness 06232021. The number of media units used is 6. They will be retained by Veritex Legal Solutions. We are going off the record at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stay safe, everybody.